unpredictable.
The boldest.
The bar fight on four wheels.
It's too tough to tame, and it's that way for a reason.
Oh, it's in the wall. Oh, my gosh.
Every time. Middle, keep going middle. You're on fire. Just stop and get out.
Reckon.
We're upside down. I don't know if I can take him anymore. It's like that.
Wow, that got crazy.
And that pretty much describes it. We welcome you live to one of NASCAR's biggest events at its biggest super speedway. A wide open race fueling us into the second quarter of the season. The weather here good in Talladega, Alabama. Mid-60s. The sun is out, a little cloud, but cool and comfortable for some good racing. And we welcome you to Race Day on Fox, presented by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Kyle Larson, William Byron, they're the guys who've won 2 races this season, most successful, yet they have not won a race here. And we welcome you to a great view, great spot, as the fans will have a number of ways to watch and enjoy this race. Tony Stewart, Clint Boyer, I'm Chris Myers. We're above the photo stand where the grid is behind us, the fan zone. And Clint, just so you know, the sign, this is Talladega, that's so you know where you are after this week.
Well, let me tell you something. There's a lot of people in that infield. The big one on the boulevard, the party has been hot. Cole Swindell concert last night. This place has been going off.
All right.
And I'm telling you, there's a lot of people that woke up and said, by golly, I am at Talladega.
I am here, and I'm glad.
And I cannot wait for them to watch this race. The best wake-up call in all the land is these hot rods out on that racetrack when they come barreling down that backstretch. Awesome sound.
And a lot of fans of drivers, and our Hall of Fame driver named to the 75th all-time. You saw the one fan had this interesting view of you, Tony. I don't know if they remembered you from back in your either racing days or when you joked about eating too much, but you're wearing this robe that looked kind of funny. It was a kind of a cardboard cutout.
It's actually right back here.
There we go. We go. Well, there's a shot on the there it is.
That's the old Tony robe. This new Tony.
When you turn me sideways, you can tell I'm really losing weight in that shot right there. If I get sideways.
No, we are, and you sweat it out at a race like this. By the way, why you said something interesting about this race. What does a driver at Talladega today have in common with Peyton Manning?
You have to be willing to call audibles the whole day. I mean, you can start the race if your car doesn't feel good because you don't have practice. So if the balance of the car is not right, you got to sit there and say, what do I need to do to get this thing to the end? So you got to be willing to call audibles all day. If you're in a good spot and can stay up front, stay up front. If it doesn't feel right, go to the back. You get caught in the middle, then you got to start making decisions. So it also affects the pit crews. If you come in with a group and you're in the back of that group, sometimes you got to alter your strategy a little bit. Instead of taking 4 tires, maybe you take 2.
That's right.
Instead of taking 2, maybe you don't take any. So you really have to be willing to always call an audible through the whole day.
Well, and the race itself, it just changes. You know, sometimes you're going to see a single file run here. Then all of a sudden, coming to a staging or something like that, business picks up. You're 2 wide, you're 3 wide. Oh, no, I got shuffled out in the middle. Now I lost my dancing partner. All these things happen. It's a moving chess match constantly out there, and you have to be able to adapt as fast as you possibly can to get back in line, get reconstructed with a push, because what's in that rearview mirror is way more important. It's what out front.
Yeah, 8 different times we had wrecks involving 20 cars or more. I mean, that's half the field. Yesterday, perfect example, the Xfinity race here. It was a drive to survive. This is Blaine Perkins in the 0-2 car here. He ended up going to the hospital. We counted like 6 different flips or turns. His family said he is alert, and they're grateful for the support. Some of the other
hardest place to hit right there, that wall coming out, turning out. The tire flew off that car. Absolute carnage in this Xfinity race. Only 7 cars wasn't involved in a wreck at the end of that thing. Daniel Hemrick right here getting upside down again. 2 cars. Anytime you see cars, Tony, upside down, it's always scary for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, it reminds me of the dirt track days and sprint cars, but I can promise you, on the Cup car, you're sitting offset. You're not in the center of the car like a sprint car. So when that thing flips, it comes around every revolution. It hurts when it lands.
Yeah, and we have guys who, their last win came here. Guys like Ross Chastain, Chase Elliott, we'll be talking to him. Also, Brad Keselowski's last win came here.
Better keep an eye out for him, buddy.
Yeah, and we always hear about, hey, it's a chance. You know, it's a long shot. We'll look at that, too. Which drivers have a chance of that as well. All right, let's check in with we have 3 pit reporters covering this so big. Regan Smith, who thought he had a win here back, you remember that, but a yellow line and Tony Stewart got in the way. Regan, sorry, it just came to mind. I had to bring it up.
Chris, trust me, I have not forgotten about that yellow line with Tony Stewart. Tony, we'll talk about that later. Hey, it's been a busy week here for the 3-car of Austin Dillon and Richard Childress Racing. They got issued an L1 penalty from NASCAR earlier this week. What that means is $75,000, 60 driver points and owner's points, as well as 5 playoff points, and more importantly, a 2-week suspension for crew chief Keith Rodden. That was the bad part. The good part is crew chief Justin Alexander still at the shop, very involved with the race team. Insert him. What is old is new again. Justin Alexander will be back on top of the pit box today for driver Austin Dillon. And Austin is coming to a racetrack that last year in this race, he finished second. Look for him to be strong again today, even with everything going on. Josh Sims?
Well, Regan, the hottest driver in the Cup Series right now is Kyle Larson, winners of 2 of the last 3 races, but he comes to a place in Talladega where he admittedly doesn't really like racing here. But think about it. He finished 4th in this race last year. He qualified top 10 this year, and the last time we went to a track where Larson said he didn't like racing there, that was Martinsville. What'd he do? Get a win. So maybe history repeats itself, and he can finally vanquish those demons here at Talladega, Jamie.
It has been a great week for Denny Hamlin, and it started last Sunday at Martinsville when he got his first top 5 of the year. Well, it continued a couple days later when he got a call from NASCAR saying that he is one of NASCAR's 75 greatest drivers. Well, he's carried that momentum right here to Talladega into qualifying yesterday, where he qualified on the pole for the first time ever on a super speedway. Now, I just talked to his crew chief, Chris Gabehart, and he told me we are excited about today. Not only do we have speed in qualifying, we really feel like we've hit on some things that we could get the job done and get our first win of the year today. Chris Myers?
All right, thank you so much. We're going to take a moment to remember Lloyd Royce, who passed away, leader of General Motors in the 80s and 90s, described as a civic leader, a true car guy. He was a valued advisor to the France family. And he was critical in helping transform the fan experience through modernization of racetrack facilities. His passion for racing continues now through his son, Mark, who is the president of General Motors. We want to extend our sympathy to the entire Royce family and remember him fondly. Lloyd Royce was 86 years old.
Talladega Superspeedway, the biggest one of them all. One of my favorite racetracks. And I'll tell you what, What's up, Clint? Frankie Muniz, what are you doing here?
They still letting that busted face on TV?
Oh, that's a terrible joke. Hey, by the way, what is this?
Brand new 2024 Ford Mustang GT. Look, I'm new into the NASCAR world, new here in Charlotte, and I figured, you know, who better to show me around than you, so.
Dude, all my favorite spots.
Get in the passenger seat. You're basically just going to be my navigation system.
What a sexy automobile. This thing looks fast sitting here.
Come on, get in.
Get rid of that. So you're from North Carolina?
So I grew up in the Raleigh area. I started acting. An agent saw me, and the rest is history. All right, so where are you taking me first?
Look at the Panthers right there.
I am not a Panthers fan, but...
So you're not a Panthers fan?
I'm a Cardinals fan. You know,
nobody's a Cardinals fan.
Well, someone's got to be. This is the 7th generation Mustang.
Feels like a fighter jet, the dash, the technology. I'm hungry, Frankie. You in the barbecue?
Max Speed Shop.
Dude, we all know you like being in the middle. Get over.
The grandpa jokes. You wash your hands, I'll let you drive my car.
We're going to the NASCAR Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Are you in there?
I don't know. You can't come to Charlotte without going to the Hall of Fame.
Let's do it. Thanks for taking me around today, man. It's been awesome.
Hey, we're back here live in Talladega with Tony. Boy, it looked like a lot of fun you guys had in Charlotte. You know, it's one thing just to kind of, hey, I'm an actor, I'm going to start driving, but he's actually leading in 3 races. He's leading Munoz in the ARCA points. Well, first of all, such a cool day to be able to do that. That all-new Ford Mustang GT was a really cool car. Cannot wait to see those out on the road. I think it's a pace car today, as a matter of fact. But a cool guy. I love the conversation with him, following his career and things like that. It was so neat to hear those stories over the years of how it all started. Actually, a Carolina kid living in Raleigh or growing up in Raleigh and moving out west.
But then the driving aspect of it. It's one thing to be a good one in one career. You know, just shut that one off and I want to be a race car driver all of a sudden. Are you kidding me? And he did that. And he is really good at 7th place yesterday or Friday in the ARCA race. And then, you know, leading the points. That's no slouch.
Yeah. For a guy in his mid to late 30s, a second career. Meanwhile, a guy who is the king here, at least of active drivers, Brad Keselowski, 6 wins at Talladega. And it's amazing over his career, of the 4 last lap pass Talladega races that he's been in, he's won all 4. And he tries today to end a streak of winless races as we welcome him to our stage, our stand. And it's always good to catch up to Brad. Cade, you feel like you own this place? I mean,
the second you feel like they own this place, it humbles you really quick. I can tell you that real quick, Chris.
What's the key? I want to know the key of staying aggressive, but also avoiding the big wreck.
You know, what's interesting is, you know, easiest way to get wrecked is to be in the big pack. And so everybody says, all right, well, I'll lag back. But then you have races like we had the last 2 times here, Chris, and they didn't wreck at the end. And then you're just sitting in the back and you're like, oh, man, this ain't good at all, right? So, you know, you never know how a race is going to play out. What you really hope for is that you just escape the wrecks and then you can execute at the end. And it's kind of like it's 2 races. There's the race to not get wrecked. Then there's the race at the end to like, all right, now I've got to execute with good track position.
Well, first win, first Cup win, last win here. Things have been rolling. You've got things turned around at RFK. It's neat to see. We're always accustomed to seeing Brad Keselowski up front ever since you come into the sport. We both race against you. You're seeing that, really are, and I feel like it's time. What's your feeling, your vibe going into this big weekend?
I would have liked to have qualified better, Clint, but our Castrol Mustang here was super fast at Daytona. This is the same car we ran at Daytona, Atlanta. Led a bunch of laps at both of them. Had a shot to win both of them. And I feel really good about it. I feel
was that the plan, though? Are you a little bit slower because you got some more drags and downforce in it going for handling?
I think you really need to handle it. For these cars to run well, you have to be able to not only push, but take a push. The cars will run 3 or 4 seconds faster today than they ran yesterday in qualifying. And if you're going to run 3 or 4 seconds faster, it's almost 20 mile an hour, you've got to be handling.
Yeah, I think the thing that I'm real impressed with is looking at all your wins here. It's in all the different cars. But there's one variable that's the same. You still got it in victory lane.
Thank you.
What's it take with this car to do it?
I think with this car, you got to execute the strategy, and you have to be able to push and take a push, especially at the end. You know, look at the race last fall with Chase Elliott, Tony. Got a great push, and they pushed for a full lap with Eric Jones behind him, and he was able to do that without spinning out. And you're going to see some cars today that can't do that. They're going to get a real light push, and they're going to spin out. Maybe they'll cause a big wreck. Maybe it'll just be them. But if your car drives like that, you can't win today.
What about blocking when that's necessary?
Yeah, you know, yesterday, Xfinity race, Chris, you saw a lot of blocking.
And some wrecks.
And you're going to see that happen. But these cars don't draft that same way. You know, so I think you're going to see a little bit less blocking, a lot more heavy contact pushing today.
Is that because they're a little more draggy than what we saw yesterday, so the runs aren't as big, they don't happen as fast? Saw a lot of late blocks that ended up with big wrecks.
To Tony's point, the cars are always changing, and the moves are always changing. And, you know, when I won my first race here at Talladega, it was pure tandem racing. And then we got away from that, where tandem racing didn't work at all. You'd go to push somebody, and you'd both go slower. And now we've kind of gotten to somewhere in between with the NASCAR next-gen cars. So it's a whole different set of moves that's constantly evolving.
Yeah, nearly 30% of the races here settled on the last lap pass, and 4 of those you captured. So good luck. We always appreciate seeing you.
He will be there at the end of this thing. Always count on Brad K at Talladega.
Yeah, we saw him on the boulevard with you guys hanging out. Fans get hungry as they hang out and get ready this weekend. Wendy's took care of that. Bet on Biggie if you're hungry and you're here at the race. Clinton crew took care of that.
There's a race ahead of you. What are you doing?
count on a biggie bag from Wendy's.
Tell you what else you can count on. Biggie Bob.
Well, boys, I'm not jealous of somebody very often, but this weekend I am so jealous of Noah Gragson. That activation out there with Wendy's is awesome. Pull up to the window, bet on Biggie, get your Biggie bag, burger, fry. You cannot beat that. Unmatched. Trust me, you have a night in Talladega on that boulevard, you need a Biggie bag. And this boy right here had one on the way home two nights in a row.
I'm sure you will. Hey, you talk about surviving in the race. I guess you got to survive to get here before the weekend as well.
Just to get to the race. I mean, this is living, breathing proof we have in front of you today of you can go hard, but you got to get to race day.
Hey,
and here he is.
You're not going to dangle that fun carrot in front of me and me not go all over it.
All right, you can bet on Biggie, and we'll tell you later who you can bet on when we have our Fox Bet odds about who's going to win this race. We're live. We're just getting started, counting you down to Talladega and the race ahead. Stay with us, please.
Still to come as we get set to fire the engines and go green. Dale Jr. takes a trip down memory lane to explain the origin of the Intimidator. Plus, an incredible story about how a little girl's journey inspired others to never give up and how Corey LaJoie is helping spread the word. All that and more just around the turn.
For great views, go to Kansas. For unforgettable views of action-packed racing, go to Kansas Speedway. With a premier facility that gives fans what they want, how they want to see it.
Racing in Kansas.
And with a Saturday doubleheader, a Sunday Cup Series race, and great deals on kids' tickets, the views will get better all weekend long. Get your tickets today at KansasSpeedway.com.
Seeing a first-time winner.
Getting that first Cup win to Talladega, it is a big deal.
This is the best show on earth.
Some history-making moments.
This is an event that drivers have been dreaming about.
Brody is going for the lead. Bouchard comes up the inside. 3 cars side by side. Ron Bouchard has won in a photo finish.
There are moments that are bigger than the sport itself.
It's going to be close right here at the line.
The winner at Talladega, his first ever career win.
This is the opportunity to have a dream that gets realized.
Another first-time winner at Talladega. Brad Keselowski won this race.
Pinch me, I don't know. Am I awake?
Ricky Stenhouse taking home his first checkered flag in the Cup Series. He is the 11th first-time winner at Talladega Superspeedway.
Bubba Wallace to the lead at Talladega. Career win number 1 for Bubba Wallace.
Such incredible moments. 12 drivers have actually earned their first win at Talladega. So cool. Shannon, Larry, and Jamie. And I think the first win is always huge, right, Larry? But I feel like when it happens at a place like Talladega where there's so much anticipation, so many unknowns, it's just a little extra special.
Well, it is. And for 12 of those drivers there, a lot of those wins last lap passed. And for 6 of them, it was their only win. But I just think when you win at Talladega, or maybe when you think you're going to win there, it all comes down to the last lap. Maybe even entering the tri-oval, a move your driver makes or doesn't make, or maybe a move another driver makes, and it just wipes your day out. You know, if you dodge that, you've accomplished something.
Well, he said it. There are times at Talladega, and I've been on both ends of this, where I thought I won and I didn't, and when I wasn't sure if I won and I did. And I think that's part of the excitement of this, is that at some tracks you kind of know if you're leading with 10 to go, if the caution doesn't come out, you win. Talladega is just not that place.
Plus the location of that flag stand is so much further down that front stretch. All right, we need a little luck to win at Talladega, right? So we're going to play a little game of pressure luck or pressure driver luck. We're going to throw some drivers' names up on the board. These are guys who still need to win this season. Jamie and Larry, you tell me when to stop, and then when it does stop on the driver, you tell me if they will or won't get it done today. Go ahead, Jamie, you're first.
Shannon.
Eric Jones.
Eric Jones. Okay, so listen, Eric Jones last year was in position both races with just a few laps to go to be able to win. Actually was leading off turn 4 in this race 1 year ago. He clearly has a chance at being able to win. He's won at Daytona before, so he's good at drafting type tracks. So absolutely Eric Jones can get to victory lane.
You feeling lucky, Larry McRoberts?
I am.
All right, let's take a look at our driver board. You see the whammies.
No Mikeys. No Mikeys. No Mikeys. No Mikeys. Stop.
Ooh, Larry, that was good. That was aggressive.
Austin Dillon. So here's the deal with Austin Dillon. Austin has 4 career wins, 2 of them at Daytona. Remember, his last trip to victory lane was August there last year that put him in the playoffs. He did finish 2nd at Talladega a year ago. And Richard Childress Racing, 12 Talladega wins. Austin still looking for that first one. I think that old Chevrolet may be fast.
You ready, Jamie?
I just can't wait.
Yeah,
Yes,
I know. Here we go. Moving around the board. Who's it going to land on? No Mikeys. No Mikeys.
Stop!
Martin Truex Jr.
Well, Martin, wow. Let me think about this one. So Truex is 0 for 75 on drafting type tracks. But I'm still going to pick him that he can get it done today. We talk about this being an opportunity type racetrack, and he's with a great team. Toyota's qualified really well, and he's been so close. I think about the Daytona 500 just a few years ago. Denny Hamlin beat him by inches for the Daytona 500. So I don't think you can rule anybody out today, and I think Truex could be in play.
Larry, let's go one more time around the board.
One more time. No Mikey. No Mikey. No Mikey. Come on. Chop. All right. Chase Briscoe in that 14 car. Pretty good speed yesterday. Qualified there inside the top 5. Got old Big Mo on his side right now with a couple of back-to-back top 5 finishes. And I know it's been a couple of years since the Blue Oval won at Talladega, but they have won 10 of the last 15. Maybe this is where Chase Briscoe can get career win number 2.
Next time we play this game, we got to get like a little
I know that it was.
I know, I get carried away. I was thinking about that record driver.
One of the guys that's looking for the first win, of course, is Corey LaJoie. He's racing for so much more than just a trophy today. For more on that, let's head down to Mike Joy.
Our story begins when a mutual friend of a family charity and a NASCAR driver buys space on a Cup car to promote a terrific cause that we've all grown to know and love.
For us, man, we're traveling 36, 37 weekends out of the year. It's easy to lose perspective on the things that matter.
You started out there with fire down in your bones.
I get asked all the time, what is NIGU? Never, ever give up.
No walls to tear down, no chains.
My name is Eric Reese, and I am the co-founder of the Jesse Reese Foundation, better known as Jesse's Daddy.
Now you're alone.
On March 3rd, 2011, my wife Stacy and I were told that our 11-year-old daughter Jessie had cancer. But then they let us know that it was terminal, and we would have 12 to 18 months with her. 3 weeks into her treatment plan, we were leaving the parking garage, and she said, "When do all the other kids get to come home? You know, Jess, there's other kids that can't leave the hospital because of their treatment schedule." And the next words out of her mouth, "How can we help them?" And to be honest, I wasn't worried about them. I was trying to save my daughter's life. But Jess had this burden for kids that couldn't leave the hospital. So we brought her home, and she was coloring some of her brown paper lunch bags, putting stickers on them. And I was like, "What are you going to do?" And she goes, "Well, I want to put my Beanie Babies in these and bring them to the kids that can't leave the hospital." I was like, "You're serious about this?" She said, "Yes." That weekend, we sat around as a family, and Jesse said, "I could put toys in a jar." And that's how Joy Jars got created. Joy Jars are 64-ounce plastic jars stuffed to the very top with new games, toys, and activities for kids fighting cancer. Jessie unfortunately lost her fight on January 5th, 2012. I miss her every day. Jessie's motto was never ever give up. How can we?
On the hood Sunday because Corey LaJoie's locked in.
We are so honored to be teaming up with NASCAR. When they came to us, I had asked, "Well, who's the driver?" And he said, "Corey LaJoie." And I'm like, he's got joy in his last name? How cool is that?
You know, I don't think it's coincidence that my last name's LaJoie, and sure enough, NIGU gives out Joy Jars. That's a little God wink. The Nigu and Jesse Reese Foundation, it's something that I don't take lightly going in there, because the majority of those kids, you know, are my son's age, my 3-year-old or my 10-month-old, and to see families that are going through it, a lot of times there's not a lot of hope and there's not a lot of joy just because those kids aren't feeling great. So to leave a little bit of joy when you leave the place is pretty cool.
Jessie unfortunately lost her fight, but she actually stuffed and sent over 3,000 joy jars to kids fighting cancer.
She made that for you last night?
Thank you for the joy jar, for this joy jar.
Jessie's wish was, how cool would it be if every kid fighting cancer was encouraged to never, ever give up?
Corey LaJoy joins Jennifer Garner, Patrick Mahomes, and others supporting this great cause. And the Joy Jars of Toys? Well, Joy was Jesse Reese's middle name. Shannon?
Wow, that was a beautiful story. Thank you, Mike. Oh, my goodness. Straight ahead, we are going to head to the Boulevard, Talladega Boulevard, that is. Beads are, of course, optional. And Dale Earnhardt Jr. shares a very special family story about a very special race. Can't wait to hear that one. Race day will be right back. Look at those little fans. Get her done. Love it. Welcome back to Race Day on Fox, presented by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Talladega, the infield, always a party. Drivers are getting ready to party in those race cars. Our reporters are hard at work. Jamie Little is with the driver who's definitely going to have to lose the beads, Jamie, before he jumps in that race car, right?
That's right. Noah Gragson loves a good time, and this is the perfect place for him. He's getting some beads. He's rocking the hat. But you're pretty good when it comes to racing at this place. Is this your day, Noah?
I hope so. Our Wendy's Biggie Bag Chevrolet is always pretty good at these super speedway tracks, so I'm excited. You know what they say, you got to have a big bag here at Talladega. I got that biggie bag, so we're going to go have some fun. We're going to try and get up front and control the pack, but just can't thank everybody from Wendy's and Legacy Motor Club enough. They've been working really hard, and we're ready to get going.
Josh?
Here with Michael McDowell, a guy who knows a thing or two about finishing well on super speedways. Do you feel like you have something to get it done here today, then?
You know, I really do. We're always fast here at Talladega, Daytona. You know, we've had some third-place finishes here, really strong with our Love's Travel Stop Ford Mustang. Fords are always strong here. So we look at today as an opportunity to get it done, to get in victory lane. But like we saw yesterday, anything can happen. It's about putting yourself in a good position, giving yourself a fighting chance at the end. Got two teammates today at Front Row Motorsports with Todd Gill and Zane Smith, so I hope we can find each other, work together, and get one of our front row cars in victory lane.
Thanks and good luck. Regan?
Well, Alex Bowman, always one of the guys up front at the super speedways. This week, maybe trying something a little different in qualifying, a little bit further back than we normally see you. What are the chances you get that first Talladega win, though?
Yeah, Blake lied to me. I asked him where we were going to end up before qualifying, and he's like, oh, top 10 easy. So, yeah, it's just trying to be in race trim, you know. Hopefully it works out for us today. I think we'll have a good handling Ally 48 Camaro, which is what matters when it comes to racing here. We had a really fast car in Daytona, and we're able to capitalize on it a little bit, but definitely want more here today. So see where it puts us. I think we can be pretty solid and hopefully just stay out of the mess.
Good luck, Alex. Thanks. Jamie?
Kevin Harvick making his 800th career start. Only 9 drivers in history have done that. You get to celebrate it with your daughter, Piper. What does it mean to you to hit that milestone?
Well, I think that obviously the first thing Clint will say is I'm old, which I agree with, but you know, it's really a great situation to kind of reflect and look back and really understand that I have been here a long time, but I've also been really fortunate to make a great career out of driving the race car and being able to be very fortunate to have great teams and accomplish good things and good moments, bad moments. You know, it's been a heck of a ride. So puts all that into perspective, and quite honored to be able to get to that number and be a part of it.
Certainly could get the win today. Josh?
Well, Jamie, here with Eric Almirola, a guy who's won here in the past, starting on the front row, and it's a family affair when it comes to Talladega for you.
Yeah, it's for whatever reason, every time we come to Talladega, everybody brings their family. I always enjoy bringing Janice and the kids, so Alex and Abby love coming to the races, and we're hopeful to recreate what we did here a few years ago, where we got to hang out in Victory Lane, and they got to spray champagne and beer and Gatorade on me, and thought that was really fun. So yeah, you know, it's a long race, and having a fast race car is important, but there's a lot of little things that you got to do to execute throughout the entire race to keep yourself in position, the strategy, when to pit, pitting with your teammates, and all those things. So, you know, having a fast race car is hugely important, but executing the race is what really matters, and finding yourself in position at the end. We've been able to do that over the years of being in position, and sometimes it's worked out and sometimes it hasn't. So hopefully today we can go find our Smithfield Ford Mustang in Victory Lane.
Thanks and good luck. Chris, back to you.
All right, thank you, Josh and Eric, and a co-owner of Stewart Haas, Tony Stewart with us. Boy, there's a baby. Look at that, huh? I want to go back to Kevin Harvick, though. 800th career Cup start, and Richard Petty won in his 800th career Cup start. And then Eric Almirola, a guy who needs to win, right? You talk about the playoff bubble. We're starting the second quarter of the season, and this is a race, long shot. He's proved success here. It could happen.
Yeah, and Eric is a really smart restrictor plate driver, I feel like. He always finds his way to the end of the race when it matters, and then whatever happens, but you got to get to the end, and you'll hear us talk about that a lot today. Eric's one of those guys that normally does a really good job.
That's a great point, Tony. You always, hear these drivers, and me included, over the years, man, just always, bad luck. It's all luck. It's all luck. Well, it seems like a guy like Eric Almirola is always on the good side of the luck category. He gets bit every now and then, but more often than not, you see that boy up front when the time's right. I like the aspect of him not being necessarily in it with the points. I would love to come to Talladega and have that. Well, you can throw it all out there. You can truly not worry about, your stage ends. Your strategies go to everything is all about the end of the race. Oh, by the way, this cat right behind me in this 9-car Chase Elliott, he's in that same boat.
Yeah, we're going to talk to him in just a few moments. Hey, congratulations, Tony Stewart. We know the Hall of Fame NASCAR driver. You won your first NHRA race in Las Vegas. Take us through. This was quick and fast.
Yeah, the 4-wide is awesome. I mean, that's the first time I got to run at a 4-wide event, but literally won the race by 3/10,000ths of a second, which equates to about an inch and a half.
Yeah, at your 4th national event, how fast those, we were never talking, was that almost 300 miles an hour? Is it?
275 mile an hour.
That is amazing. And now this, I want to make sure I get this right, you'll be competing Thursday at Charlotte Motor Speedway. It's a cool kind of crossover event with NASCAR and NHRA drivers.
Yeah, I get to do some drag racing. I know my buddy Chase Briscoe's coming. Some of the other guys in the NASCAR world are coming, some more NHRA guys, so we'll have a lot of fun, but excited about getting a chance to run the 4-wide at Charlotte Motor Speedway next weekend as well.
All right, and Race Hub will have the coverage on that. Of course, the go-to place on FS1 for your NASCAR throughout. All right, let's take a look. We've talked a lot about some drivers. Look at the favorites. This is up to the moment, as according to Fox Bet. It's funny, Ryan Blaney's trying to end that winless streak. Joey Logano, Penske's always done well here.
Who do you got, Smoke?
Who do you like on the board?
Well, I'll be honest, there's 2 guys I really like. I always think when it comes to
one guy, buddy.
Then I'm going with Joey Logano. I feel like Joey's one of the best restrictor plate drivers out there. He just knows how to get up front, and when he gets there, he knows how to stay there.
I like it. I think Brad Keselowski all the way.
On the long shots.
6 wins here. That's my guy.
All right, how about this? 12 drivers. First Cup win came at Talladega, and 4 of the last 5 winners on super speedways, they were 30-1 long shots. Clint, who's your long shot today?
My long shot is going to be Noah Gragson in that Wendy's. We're going to go right back to the biggie window, and I think he's going to get it done.
I want to ask you if Kyle Larson, right, coming off, again, 2 wins so far this season. He's dominated everywhere, former champion. Is he ready to go on one of those, 10-win, now that the Hendrick group is all back together with their drivers? And what would you tell him, although winless here at Talladega, what would your advice be to a guy who has his own style of racing and successful, but yet it hasn't happened here?
Well, the fire's lit, buddy. It is heating up in a big way. Yes, he's capable of getting back on that 10-win swing. We got a lot of good racetracks coming for him. But more importantly, Talladega, the task at hand this weekend, not necessarily his best racetracks. Again, always that conversation, I'm always in the wrong place at the wrong time. Time to fix that. It's going to be interesting if he can do it.
And I think a lot of that is because of Kyle's driving style. He is a very aggressive driver, not out of control aggressive, but he's always pushing. Sometimes at Talladega and Daytona, sometimes you got to be passive and really back off, and you got to sit there and put yourself strategically in the right places at the right time. Kyle's just not that guy. He wants to go forward all the time. He wants to lead laps. He wants to win races, and he does it so well in so many disciplines. But this is the weak point. This is the kryptonite for him.
All right, so we gave you some hints. Let's take a look at the Super 6 and Clint. If we want to win some of your money, it's up to, what, $25,000 now?
25 large this weekend. Been a big week. It's just all the money's on the line. Fox Bet Super 6, free to play. Get on that app. Put them picks in.
Isn't that the same as your bar tab this weekend?
Yes.
Well, no.
Here's the question. Which of these drivers will have the best finish at Clint's bar tab? Scan the QR
after
code.
listening to Smoke here, I'm not thinking I'm going to pick Kyle Larson. I'm going with Joey Logano. I think he is the right guy in that category.
All right, hopefully you're thoroughly confused. We've moved to the grid, and we'll be talking with some of the drivers here. But first, a look back. Dale Earnhardt Jr. on Earnhardt versus Earnhardt. And Chase Elliott will join us live. Second race back. How's he looking today? How's he feeling? How are you feeling?
You guys gonna do a song for me?
Each race weekend brings its own feel, its own energy, its own party.
Talladega Nights.
However, there is only one Talladega Boulevard.
I can't get to sleep tonight. Parking lot so
1 mile stretch down the backside of the infield, overflowing with NASCAR fans and partygoers alike. 14 years ago, NASCAR's biggest and baddest super speedway went full throttle and started throwing the big one on the boulevard. But the history of the boulevard starts long before then.
somebody take me home.
I've been coming to Talladega for almost 30 years. This is my 5th year. Blew off all my plans for the weekend, came straight here.
Boogity, boogity, boogity! Let's go racing, boys!
Can't beat the smell of love and fury in the air. This is a mecca for me.
Can't imagine not being here on a race weekend.
We haven't met a stranger down here. Everybody's cool.
Oh, I'll do this till I can't do it anymore.
It's about more than a party. It's about racing. It's about feeling at home. A very, very well-hydrated home.
This is where I grew up, where I wanted to be, Talladega.
I think this is going to be an every year tradition.
And we're back trackside at Talladega. Over 3,000 acres covering this area. There's campsites, and really there's fun, family fun, and then there's, you know, the kind of entertainment that you like to have. You can kind of choose your entertainment. We have people from 22 different countries, 50 different states, or all 51 states, as Clint told me before we came on. But people, they loved the atmosphere, but Clint, the racing is something a little bit special. It's intense, and people like the risk reward. They like the danger. I mean, people say, oh, we don't, as long as you walk away from a crash, it's part of what you go through and witness here.
Well, what you just showed in that infield tells the story. It tells you all you need to know. They're here for a reason, and that's that last lap coming off of turn 4 of this racetrack. There's nothing like the energy when you build. It's the calm before the storm. It just keeps building and keeps building. All these guys methodically trying to get there, get in position, have that dancing partner, coming off of that turn 4 with that magical push. And the trickiest thing, the hardest thing, Tony, about this racetrack is that start-finish line. Not being in the center of that tri-oval always catches somebody off guard.
Yeah, you think when you come off a turn 4, you're pretty close, and then you're not close at all. And then the move that you needed to make, you make too early. But I want to go back to the fans. I mean, that is the greatest thing about coming to Talladega. In Alabama, they know how to throw parties. This racetrack has always been a perfect example. You and I have a soft spot for dirt. It's literally across the street. So you get to hang out at night, go to the dirt races, work on Boyer's bar tab, obviously. But this is an awesome weekend, and I'm glad to see so many fans here this weekend. It's just an amazing atmosphere.
Yeah, and such skilled drivers, and you can't come to this part of the country without seeing or feeling about the Earnhardt name from Dale Earnhardt to Dale Earnhardt Jr. Those two have combined for 16 Talladega wins, and then there's more to that family and their racing history. Here's Dale Earnhardt Jr. with a father-to-father story.
So that's why in the reboots, they actually skip over the origin, and we meet him after he's already discovered his powers.
Superhero origins. Fascinating stuff.
Yeah, well, I got a real origin story for you. This is the origin of the Intimidator. My dad obviously grew up watching his dad compete, so he knew how to fix and race cars from a really young age. In fact, rumor is in '63, he secretly drove his dad's car in a race. Nearly won, they say. He's only 12 years old. So my granddad was a little on the fence about letting Dad race, especially after Dad quit high school. But he knew he wasn't going to be able to fight it for long, and eventually, Dad got the race. Him and Ralph actually met once and competed. And this was at Metrolina Motor Speedway in 1972. They were running the race for the V8 division, but they included some of the smaller V6 cars to fill out the field. So Dad's car ended up on the same track as Ralph Earnhardt's top-of-the-line Chevelle. Dad was driving out of his mind this day. Usually he ran mid-pack, maybe a top 3 car, but for whatever reason on this day, the car was fast and he was moving through the field, even running with some of the sportsman cars. But eventually, Ralph caught him and he's right behind him. Granddad was one of the fastest drivers on the track, and he's racing one of the fastest cars. When my dad saw him coming up from behind, he went wide to let Ralph go by. He was just doing the courteous thing, trying to let his old man race his race. But something strange happened. Granddaddy didn't pass him. He went wide too. And then, bam! He hits Dad from behind. So now Dad's looking behind him. He's trying to figure out what's happening, and bam! His dad hits him again. My dad's fuming. He's sweating, he's nervous, confused. He moves toward the infield, trying to think maybe that Ralph wants the outside, but Ralph just follows him and bam! One more time in the back. And I think Dad starts to realize that this isn't gonna end. Ralph's trying to teach him something. You don't move over for anybody, even your own flesh and blood. So Dad took off and Granddaddy followed him. There was no way my dad's V6 could hold him off forever, but he was going to make Ralph work for it. That's exactly what Ralph wanted. My grandfather gets by Dad and eventually goes on and wins the race, but he had pushed Dad so far and by so many cars that Dad's little V6 motor finished in the top 10, even beating some of the more powerful V8 sportsman cars that day. So that was the only time that Dad and Ralph ever raced each other. But it might have been the most important race of Dad's entire career. He learned something on the racetrack that day that affected his driving forever. You race your race, you give 110%, and you don't move for anybody.
It's great. You heard them talk about their dads. Look, we got Chase Elliott named to the 75 greatest all-time. It's the anniversary, diamond anniversary for NASCAR. This was pretty cool, Chase, by the way. Bill Elliott, your dad, of course, part of that, the Hall of Fame. But we just had Rick Hendrick come by. We had Eric Shanks, who's our boss. I got to mention his name so our check shows up. And then we had Jeff Gordon also. Yeah. What did he say? Just good luck? He didn't give you any really good advice? Or?
No, I was going to ask him how last night went. I feel like he was probably hurting this morning. So.
Oh, wow.
That would be a valid question, Chase, by the way.
Seems to be a common theme today.
Speaking of hurting, you're amazing comeback within 6 weeks. Good job, 10th last week. I know there's a different kind of race. You said, hey, a little sore, but I'm okay. 2 parts here. Mentally, physically, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I feel good. I mean, you kind of have good and bad days. Obviously, I've never been through this before, so, you know, I'm just kind of learn as I go, but certainly I have days that I feel really good, and then days you're a little more stiff and tough to get around. But I think that's really common with an injury and surgery and all those things. So just working through it. Last week I thought went really good. We ran really bad for most of the race, but I don't think that was because of my leg. We were just struggling. So obviously this is a whole different animal here today. Not a lot of physicality from my left leg standpoint, but certainly a big risk of taking a big impact. And we've made some provisions in the car to try to help with that. So we'll hopefully don't have to cross that bridge, but we'll see.
You're ready if you do.
We're ready. I'm as ready as I'm going to be.
Well, your last win came here. I'm sure that's on your mind. You've had success here.
Well, yeah, last fall was great, and obviously, and we had a really good run in a fast Napa Chevy. I think we're going to have another fast one here again today. So, you know, just these races have become so much about track position and executing all the little small stuff, pit cycles, and making sure you're getting on and off pit road good, and managing your race from that perspective. So a lot of emphasis into that this week, and I think that we can go out here and have a good day. So we just got to be around there at the end and
if we can do that, I think we'll be all right.
Is this one of those days, though, that you got to sit there and think two different scenarios? You got to think as a race car driver, obviously, first, but you are nursing an injury, and you know that there's a good chance that there's going to be a lot of wrecks today at some point. There's going to be a lot of cars collected. Do you change your strategy a little bit to think more toward the end of the race than being in the hornet's nest the whole day?
I think it just kind of depends on what the feel of the race is like, and I think that can vary at these places. Sometimes we have days where it seems a bit more calm than others, and other days everybody wants to be super aggressive from the start. So I'm just going to get going and kind of assess it as we get started and kind of see where everybody else's head's at, and then decide where I want to be from there.
So feeling this sun baking down on my back, listening to you talk right there, I also noticed not many cars behind you, so got some speed built in this car. Well, but I think my point is, do we have some handling, some downforce built into this race car to make sure that we're in this picture at the end of the race?
Yeah, we've certainly hedged that way, and we've hedged that way for the last few super speedways. They haven't all gone good, but it seems like we've done a little better from a consistency standpoint in that direction than we have the other way.
Will we see cars slipping sliding around today? Is handling going to come into play?
I think you will at some point. I mean, it's not very hot, but I think, as you guys know, just because it's not hot, when that sun's beating down on the racetrack, it makes a big difference. And with track position being such a key component to running good, you're going to have no tires. Cars with full loads of fuel with no tires is not a very good place to be, especially when the aggression level goes up. So those are things we certainly have to balance throughout the day, but I feel like our car is in a good place, obviously, and we're going to see where it goes from there. Give it our best shot, right?
One of the Coca-Cola Zero Sugar drivers, and a guy who, you got the playoff provision, the waiver, but you got to win a race to get in, right? Because you know the points, so you like that. He loves that kind of go
He's
for
back,
it.
baby.
Kind of desperateness. It is. It's great to have you back. Can you hang for a second? Because it's time for Put It Out. Clint loves to collect.
You may not want to see these.
Some of these are kind of crazy. Here's the monitor. So let's take us through.
Pretty easy fun to put it out. It's at this place. How about this one right off the bat? Wait a minute, Tony, is that you? I remember this race vividly. Michael Waltrip, my team owner, actually went around me right at the end of the race. I'm like, where's he going? He goes up. Somebody made a block on him and flipped right into me. Look where I'm at. You're right there in my windshield looking at your eyeballs right there. Put it out.
I was looking at your lap, unfortunately, there. It was unnerving.
Nice the way they highlighted the 14 car. All right, what do you got next?
How about this one? 1993 Rusty Wallace wreck. I'll never forget this. And massive carnage. That car flipped over and over, end over end. Unbelievable that he was able to get out of that thing. Unbelievable wreck. Huge carnage. Put it out.
Elliott Sadler.
Do you remember this one, don't you, boys? Elliott going up and over 2003. Flips again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times. Unbelievable. Again, a huge, massive wreck. It always comes down there, usually probably a block, a bad push off the back of that bumper. You're going to see that today, and you're probably going to hear that lights go on and say, put it out.
I mean, we once had a crash here involving 27 cars. I mean, that's the biggest ever. I think that was in 2003. Oh, we got one quick one. Tony and I have a Put It Out for you, Clint. This was this weekend. Look at this cloud.
For a Harley ride. By the way, everybody, that's the Talladega look. I don't know, Myers, you would not know this because you weren't in the infield, but one goes to the infield, one cuts the sleeves off his shirt.
I was in the outfield avoiding you. All right, my Harley was in the garage. You believe I have a Harley?
I don't believe that.
Okay. He has a few. Thank you. Good luck today. You guys head to the broadcast booth. Have fun with Mike Joy. We're going to have fun with the Geico Grid Walk, and Michael Waltrip is wandering. Michael.
Hey, Chris Myers, did you know that in the early 40s, this was an airport for the Navy? I was telling Clint Boyer that earlier, and he said, but there's no water here. Eric Jones, how you doing? Man, that's a beautiful looking race car. You ready for today?
Yeah, it looks good. I was looking at it after qualifying thinking, man, that's probably one of my favorite cars I've had ever. So it's pretty cool.
Takes me back in the day, 21 and 43, Pearson and Petty. Let's go, buddy.
That's right. Let's race for the win with it.
You got it. Let's see who else we can find. Ross Chastain says be a moose. Where is the moose? Hey, have y'all seen Ross? Bathroom. Darn it, that happens sometimes. Hey, Daniel Suarez, my amigo. You got a second, Daniel? I can say hello?
No, I don't have a second for you.
Oh, darn.
I don't have a second for you, amigo.
We're mates, brother.
We are mates. How are you doing?
This is Clint Boyer's favorite paint scheme. Make him proud and take it to victory.
Let's go. Let's do it. Let's go. We're gonna. If we win tonight, we're gonna go from here to Nashville. You and Clint Boyer is coming with us.
Vamonos.
Vamonos.
Let's do it. We're running out of time. But look, I'm running, and my stuff's not falling off. This is a big moment for me. All right, we're at Talladega. Green flags ahead. Come back for pre-race ceremonies. We're going to go racing, baby.
We're ready to go, Michael. You ready to go?
Tonight, the USFL is on FS1. The Michigan Panthers battle the Philadelphia Stars. The USFL, tonight at 7 Eastern on FS1.
Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, powering every mile and every moment on NASCAR's road to victory. Goodyear, more driven.
Fear. It is defined as an unpleasant emotion caused by the anticipation or awareness of danger. In NASCAR, Talladega is synonymous with fear. The sights and sounds can be intimidating. Trepidation is in the air, and you can smell it everywhere.
We're upside down. That thing came out of nowhere. Yeah, most of them do.
The adrenaline behind the wheel, the nightmare of losing control. The fastest speedway in the world is not for the faint of heart, favoring the bold and fending off the weak. At Talladega, fear is meant to be conquered, and drivers refuse to be compromised by it. Here, they will vanquish fear to push their boundaries to the limit. This is Talladega.
Well, we've been saying all afternoon here and through the morning how great this place is and how great the racing will be today, and we're glad to have you along for the ride. We're live on Fox.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise as you are able and remove your hats as the North Forsyth High School Marine Corps Junior ROTC Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome the Citizens Baptist Medical Center chaplain, Miss Barbara Embry.
Heavenly Father, we come in the name of Jesus. We come with a heart full of thanksgiving. Thank you for this day. Thank you for life, health, and strength, and for our time together here at Talladega Superspeedway. Because Jesus said that he would never leave us nor forsake us, we ask you to be with NASCAR, with Talladega team, the Heavenly Father, the drivers, and all of their team members. Be with these excited fans and bless us today, we pray. In Jesus' name, amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome the 313th United States Army Band.
Will it be a familiar face at the end or a long shot surprise. Who survives? The answer 500 miles away.
Kevin Harvick climbing aboard for his 800th career start. Only one driver has won his 800th start. That was Richard Petty. Joey Logano climbs aboard. He's ready to roll. Last week's winner, Kyle Larson, among the 38 drivers that will take to the track here in Talladega. A track so famous, a car has been named for it. We welcome you to the Geico 500 on Fox, live from Talladega Superspeedway, and that is a Ford Torino Talladega. Note the droop to the nose. That dates to 1969 and 70 in NASCAR's Aero Wars, where it raced against the Dodge Daytona and the Plymouth Superbird. Donnie Allison raced that car, and you'll see him in a moment. Just one of the many famous names that have raced here and had a chance to win here. Well, Tony Stewart won last week at Las Vegas on the drag strip. I don't know if your dragster burned more alcohol last weekend than was consumed in the infield last night on the Boulevard by our other analyst, former Xfinity champion Clint Boyer. But what a day we're going to have here. They sell the Boulevard. They sell the atmosphere. They sell the partying. You know what they're really selling here? Danger.
Well, they're selling a good time, and these people have had a great time out on the Boulevard all over. The beautiful day. The stands are packed. The infield was sold out. Awesome things going on here, and it all comes down to the end. It all comes down to surviving. You have to survive this race, weather this storm for 500 miles, be there at the end with a dancing partner in tow. This is yesterday's Xfinity race. Massive carnage. Actually had two cars getting on their lids and very scary wrecks. Wheel fell off and actually hit that car. And then it got down to the end. Daniel Hemrick, a late block. We're going to be talking about these blocks, Tony. Late block ended up putting him on his lid as well. Wild race yesterday in the Xfinity race, and you just never know. That's why all these people are here, by the way. You never know what's going to happen.
They were so close yesterday. They were 7 cars away from being perfect.
Perfect?
Almost crashed every car but 7. They almost completed it. But this place is unbelievable. The thing to get you to the end of the day, you have to be ready to call audibles. Depending on how your car is driving, they haven't had any practice. You got to find that balance, but you got to know when to push. And there's times when you have to back out and go to the back and regroup.
It's a great point, Tony. You get out there. All right, here's my game plan. I got my dancing partner. This is the plan. Well, he got wrecked out. Now what do I do? Now we're back stack at the dance party. Going to have to find somebody else to play with.
Everybody wants to see the big one at Talladega and then see everybody walk away. We're about to go trackside for one of my favorite commands of the entire year.
And now for the command to start the engines. Here are our grand marshals for today's Geico 500. The legendary drivers of the beloved original Alabama gang who have made an incredible impact in the 75 years of NASCAR and here at Talladega Superspeedway. Hall of Famer Donnie Allison. NASCAR Hall of Famer Bobby Allison. And NASCAR Hall of Famer Red Farmer.
Drivers. Hello, race fans. The Alabama gang wants to welcome you to our home racetrack. We're ready to go racing. Drivers, start your engines.
Ageless Red Farmer finished second in the crate late models at the Talladega short track across the street last night. There's no slowing him down. The world's fastest speedway, Talladega.
This is a series of consequential moments in victory or defeat. There's no better proof than the blistered tar at Talladega.
I love this place.
Where results are framed and fragmented from miles to milliseconds. But a moment lasts forever.
Take a deep breath.
Today, we're reminded that steel can overcome the perils of speed. that glory is fleeting.
Hey, I'm wore out, boy. I took everything I had.
So capture it.
Yeah, baby, yeah!
Even for an instant.
Holy cow!
Welcome back to the Geico 500 from Talladega on Fox, where danger lurks at every corner. Let's meet with the man who has won the pole for today's race. Recorded earlier, here's Jamie Little.
Well, it's been a great week for Denny Hamlin, who got the call saying he is one of NASCAR's 75 greatest drivers. Then you follow it up with your first career superspeedway pole on Saturday. How do you parlay all of that into a victory today and cap off the week?
Well, I've never had the fastest car on a superspeedway before, so hopefully, you know, yesterday is about the race team. Today is about us and our skill set, and hopefully we can take this number 11 FedEx Freight car to the front and keep it there.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Mike?
Thanks, Jamie. The 800 Club is very exclusive in the NASCAR Cup Series. Only 9 drivers have started that many races in their storied careers. And most of them are in the NASCAR Hall of Fame. This is start number 800 for Kevin Harvick.
Let's give him a shout here. I think this is a pretty special day. Hey, Harvick, it's Stewart up in the booth. You got me, bud?
Yes, sir.
Hey, man, you are a true American badass. Today is your 800th start. I am so proud to be up here and be a part of this with you. What's your thoughts about today, man?
Well, 800, that's a bunch of them, buddy. It's you know, it's quite an honor to still be out here and be able to do this competitively. And that's my main focus, and I know that everybody at Stewart Haas Racing and everybody on this Mobil 1 Ford Mustang team have been focused on that same thing. So, makes me proud. I've been fortunate to be able to drive these cars for a long time, and 800 starts is quite an honor to have been a part of this sport for so long. So hopefully we can make it exciting and be better in victory lane.
Yeah, I'm all for that, bud. Just do what you always do, man. Just want you to know I am super proud of you. Everybody at Stewart Haas Racing is proud of you, and wish you a lot of luck today, bud.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Now, so far, only one driver in that 800 club has won his 800th start. It happened in the spring of 1984 at Dover, Delaware. There's Richard Petty in the STP Pontiac, driving to victory in start number 800. Let's have a look at today's Geico starting grid. Denny Hamlin, first career superspeedway pole. Eric Almirola won here in 2018, a Toyota and a Ford to lead them to green. Row 2, rookie Ty Gibbs with his best career start, and Chase Briscoe, who's been top 5 the last 2 races. Row number 3, Ryan Blaney, a 2-time Talladega winner, and Christopher Bell, 3rd at Daytona and Atlanta, the 2 superspeedways so far this year. Row number 4, Martin Truex Jr. still looking for that first superspeedway win, and Joey Logano, a 3-time winner here. Row number 5, Kyle Larson won 2 of the last 3 races this year, and Chris Buescher, who was 4th at Daytona in the season opener.
Dial up old Chase Elliott. Hey, Chase Elliott, it's Boyer and the boys up in the booth. You got us?
Yes, sir.
All right, buddy, you're back. Got a little work to do, starting up back there in the back of the pack. Going to have to methodically get up through them. How are you going to do that? What's your process here?
Yeah, a little different vibe than Martinsville last week, but it's yeah, Talladega is always to me a race of its own every time you come over here, depending upon how everybody wants to act that day. So we'll see. I do think track position is going to be important at some point. Really want to make sure we execute these pit cycles, and I think our car will be plenty fast enough to do something if we can do that and stick around there at the end.
Are you in a hurry for that track position, or are you going to be patient?
We'll see. I think it just depends on the vibe here when we get going. Now, like I said, for me, it's always hard to guess at these things, so we'll see how everybody wants to act and go from there. Y'all enjoy.
All right, buddy. Thanks for the time. Good luck out there.
Thanks, buddy.
$25,000 of Clint's cash is up for grabs today for free on Fox Bet Super 6. For your chance to win, download the Super 6 app, then enter your 6 race predictions. If all 6 picks are correct, you could be a big winner.
After the weekend I've had, I may have to get on that app and win my money back here. Go for it.
All right, let's go to pit road and get late breaking stories there. Jamie.
Well, Mike, if you're looking for a driver to root for today, look no further than Ryan Blaney, a two-time winner here at Talladega. He knows how to get it done. Now, I talked to his crew chief, Jonathan Hassler, this morning, and he told me they've taken a little bit different approach here. They feel like they were lacking speed last year, so they found a little bit more speed, and it showed up in qualifying yesterday. He qualified 5th, but they feel like that car is not going to handle to his liking. So if Ryan can deal with an ill-handling car, today could be the day he breaks that 55 race winless streak. Regan Smith.
Well, Jamie, 1 week ago at Martinsville started a very strong string of racetracks for Bubba Wallace. Martinsville, he found his way to a top 10 after performing strong all day long. Now we come to Talladega, the site of where he got his first career Cup Series win. The team told me it is very important for them to capitalize on these next 4 races, and if not win, be strong at all these for momentum as the season continues forward. And if there was a little added pressure today, perhaps maybe the boss, MJ, he's in the house checking everything out. Josh Sims?
Well, Regan, you know, if you're looking for a favorite here at Talladega, look no further than the one team of Ross Chastain. This is a guy that finished top 4 in both races last year, including a win in this race last spring. Now, when I talked to him the other day, he told me, look, when you're at a super speedway, a lot of what you need is being in the right place at the right time, and things have to go your way. The door opened for him on the last lap last year, leading to that win, but he says at the same time, you got to be where you need to be able to capitalize. He did it last year, hoping he can do it once again this time around, Larry.
Yeah, Josh, this is the biggest oval track that we race on. It's wide enough for these drivers to go 4 wide, but you heard Chase Elliott say it. Track position, all day long. The crew chief has to make calls that keeps that car on pit road just as little as possible. Here's the biggest thing. 188 laps, 500 miles. You're probably not going to know the outcome of your day till they're coming through the travel with the checkered flag waving. And Mike, after I make that last pit stop, the crew chief, he's just a nervous race fan.
Thanks, Larry, for that Geico race analysis. Eric Almirola starts outside pole. We listened in on his team.
Certainly a track position race, so do all we can to stay up front, keep our track position all day, but also not panic.
Yeah, that's right. That's the most important thing. We'll try and stay up here all day long, but not at the risk of getting a big one over something silly.
Let's go get us one today.
All right, 3 cars will drop to the rear for unapproved adjustments either during the inspection process or after. They include Austin Cindric, Todd Gilliland, who is in the 36 this week. Zane Smith is driving his regular ride, the 38, and A.J. Allmendinger. All unapproved adjustments, and they will start at the rear. It is a beautiful day in north central Alabama. It is sunscreen weather.
Packed house. Time to get on the feet, ladies and gentlemen. Go time.
And remember, the start finish here is not in the middle of the tri-oval as it is at Talladega's sister track in Daytona. It's down past the exit of pit road, and that will make a difference.
The other thing it does for me, you know, when you get up here, again, different perspective from being in that car, but the restart zone is in the tri-oval. It's not back there coming off of turn 4.
Fans to their feet. Coming to the center of the tri-oval, right there, and there is the Geico restart zone. And now they address themselves to the starting line. Green flag, the Geico 500 is underway.
Got them teammates paired up on both sides. Going to be interesting to watch this Christopher Bell. How will he get down there? I think he's going to maybe, well, he might just keep going here. Might see him pairing up with his teams down low.
Yeah, left-hand turn right there. We saw that coming. We heard him talk in the pre-race show about how the Toyota drivers have talked about really working together in this race. So I feel like that's something you're going to see with that group pretty quick.
Be interesting to watch because there's safety in numbers. There's a lot more Fords and Chevrolets than there are Toyotas in this race.
See Priest going to the back. I don't know if he got shuffled out or he's got a problem here.
Coming inside, clear 1 lane.
His teammate Eric Almirola leads lap 1. 4 Fords on point. Stewart Haas Fords on the inside, first and second. There's a Penske and an RFK Ford on the outside, first and second.
Yeah, you got to make a choice. Where are we going to be? We want to go to the bottom and lead this pack. You know, we're talking about Almirola. Had him.
That is Michael McDowell spinning after we saw what looked like fluid or perhaps dust coming off that car in turn 4. And caution is out.
Right rear's down. I don't. All right, it might just be broke. I bet it broke the toe link when he hit the wall. No, it's down. It may have blown that tire.
I think the toe link looks okay. The wheel's not moving around, just the tire's flat.
First caution of the day comes on lap 2. Top of your screen.
Tire.
Michael McDowell. NASCAR on Fox is sponsored by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? And by DoorDash. Long-standing tradition here at Talladega. Johnny Ray's semi-trailer hauling the American flag. His son Kevin drives it now. Michael McDowell radioed in that something broke in the right rear. Josh?
Yeah, Mike, and that's the case for the 34. They're concerned something might have broke on that right rear. They're going to come back down to pit road to check it out to see if it's a toe link, but they said that tire is a full rotation off, so some concern early for the 34 team.
Let's check with Larry Mack on today's Verizon race strategy.
Yeah, Mike, a lot of things pretty important here. If you have to make a green flag pit stop, which we did 2 last spring, stop with other cars, with teammates, maybe with drivers within your manufacturer. Depending on how the cautions fall, run each stage as far as possible on fuel, somewhere probably 36 to 38 laps. And we've said it and said it, track position outweighs fresh tires. Don't be afraid to change just 2 tires, possibly fuel only.
Well, you calling it. There's a lot of cars coming down pit road right now, topping this baby off, taking advantage of this early caution coming out.
A lot of fuel-only stops from right about the middle of the pack on back.
And the question would be, why are they doing that? The reason for that is they're just trying to extend that pit window, just like what Larry talked about. You want to go as long as you can. The longer you can stay out, and that group, this whole group that pitted, will most likely pit together at the end of this cycle now.
See, they're got some bolts and parts and pieces out. I think that's the toe link area, Larry. Looks like they might be replacing that.
Just don't know how in the world that thing would have broke like that. We just really had gotten up to speed to start the race. But you're right, that's exactly what they're possibly working on.
Well, let's remember, no practice at Talladega for these cars. The only time they've been on track was for their single lap of qualifying in round 1 in most cases, and round 2 for the 10 fastest qualifiers.
It'll be interesting to see. Josh is down there. He'll give us a better idea here in a minute. But I think what would be neat is finding out if it's actually broke, or if they just changed it to preventative because it did hit the wall. They might just take this time and change that.
That's a good point, Tony. I honestly, if it's been or something, I would have thought it's from hitting the wall. I just thought it cut a tire down, maybe run over something. You know, that's more than likely what I thought it was. Point is, that is a favorite.
Yes.
Michael McDowell is one of the favorites on super speedways, great plate racer, and I do believe that car's not damaged bad enough to hurt him. I think he'll be just fine to get back in this draft, and he'll be a player in this.
Well, he's about to lose a lap here as they come around.
Not very often you spin in the middle of a pack and nobody hits you.
But now, losing a lap at this stage of the race, not a big problem. He'll be the only car 1 lap down, so the next caution should put him right back on course.
Hopefully. That's what he's hoping as well at this point.
Well, you just hope whatever's broke or bent they're working on, it's a replaceable part. Man, as soon as that thing jumped sideways, we were talking to Chase Elliott, a lot of sun, hot out there. These cars should be, you know, you could see it in the qualifying that we saw. Some cars went for the speed, got these babies trimmed out. Other cars got a little drag in them or a little bit slower. I think that's going to play a role later on in the race.
So Michael McDowell having problems. Perhaps it is the rear toe link. Let's take a closer look with Larry Mack and the Toyota Cutaway car.
Yeah, let's go into our Toyota Tech Center. We hear the word toe link a lot. So let's look at our Toyota Cutaway car. There's one on the left rear and there's one on the right rear. And it's really just a small rod. It's almost like a mini tie rod that's in the rear of the car. It's how the teams adjust the rear toe. But it is the weakest link in the rear of the car, which sometimes having something weak like that is good. 2 bolts is what holds it in. But Clint asked me a couple of weeks ago, why do we see sometimes people with torches out there? Sometimes it bends so bad you have to cut it before you get the bolts out.
Thanks, Larry. Now, Chase Briscoe, you remember he broke a finger in his hand. Yes, that finger on his left hand, and has run 2 races with that. He did have surgery on it Monday. How's he doing?
Definitely wrong on the finger. By far the hardest track so far. 10-4, is anything we can give you come in here, just let us know. Like with the vibration and everything else, like it's throbbing the whole time. I don't know if it's here. I got more time to think about it too than at Martinsville or Bristol Dirt, but it's definitely noticeable here.
That's exactly what I think it is. Once you get out there under green, get to work and adrenaline gets to pumping. I was surprised at Bristol when he broke it. I talked to him the next day, and that thing it looked bad. It was all swelled up, looked like it hurt. Finished, he ran that dirt race that night, ran the feature, and then raced 2 races without it. Got that surgery this weekend. Tough cat.
Ready for the restart. 3rd race led this season for Eric Almirola. He's led on all 3 drafting tracks. Daytona, Atlanta, and now Talladega as they come to the Geico restart zone.
After the 14 behind him.
Hasn't taken old Joey Logano long to get to the front of this thing. Such a good plate racer. Aggressive, always attacking. Not a lot of patience in his driving, and he's extremely good at managing runs. If he gets to the point, he's a hard one to get around. They do a great job of moving, slowing, stalling out lines.
That's why I say I feel like he is one of the best restrictor plate racers in the series right now. To your point, as soon as he gets to the lead, he knows how to manage the race. Him and his spotter do such a great job working together, knowing when to block runs, get that momentum, keep yourself up there.
Well, that's just it. You talked about it. No one want to block runs. You know, his spotter, Coleman Presley, it is so important to be in tune with that spotter. You have to. When he says down, that means now. That doesn't mean check your mirror and look and see if it's okay. Double check his work. You have to go now. You guys have to be in sync because these moves, they happen. That winning moment when you come off of turn 4, if you're not on top of it, you see late blocks and misses like you saw yesterday in the Xfinity race that wipes out a bunch of cars.
Backstretch energy on the outside with the Toyotas of Wallace and Gibbs. Now they're even as they come back to the tri-oval. Josh?
Yeah, and you guys asked for an update on the 34. Well, when they came in, they looked at the toe link. There was no issue with the toe link. It wasn't broken, so they put a new tire on. They went back out. They said the tire is still off where it needs to be. They'd go back out, see if they can meet minimum speed, which they have, but still, you see where they are in the pack. Some issues for the 34, and they still don't know exactly what caused that tire to go down.
Yeah, he's a lap down, and he is out of the draft as the leaders hit the backstretch.
There it is. How about Bubba Wallace? Going to the front. That man right there likes what he sees. Cool to see Michael Jordan at these racetracks. I think he was everybody's hero growing up. Glued to the TV when he was on that court.
Well, Michael's dad was a big NASCAR fan. He growing up in Wilmington, North Carolina. His dad would take him to a lot of the races throughout the Southeast. And he grew up a NASCAR fan.
I think it's fun because
he knows how to build championship teams. I mean, he's done that for years in basketball, dabbled in baseball for a little while, but he knows how to be a part of championship-winning teams and successful organizations.
Well, I think it's his work ethic, his demand. You know, you watch documentaries and things on the basketball player, the athlete he was. He expects that out of everybody, and I think it bleeds right over into his NASCAR program as well.
Briscoe bringing the inside line back even and a little bit ahead.
Finger doesn't hurt now, huh?
Doesn't hurt quite as bad.
Go by half to the 10. He kind of struggles through the trial.
See, all that information, that's what a good spotter can tell you. Struggles a little bit in a trioval. Those are things, that memory bank. You've got to log these laps and log those memories, putting it all to work when the time's right.
And also with that, they will remember that later in the race. They'll remember this guy was struggling on the inside or this guy was struggling on the outside. They'll pick the weaknesses and the strengths of each of these cars that they're around and then try to get with those cars that complemented their car at the end of the race.
Exactly. Check that out. Keep an eye on that later. Up pretty good right now.
Corey LaJoie got kicked up high and out of the draft down in turn 1, or not out of the draft, but out of the pack. He is now the caboose on this train.
Yeah, easy to do. You can lose the draft very easily. We learned that right off the bat. I remember at Daytona for the 500, we were down there. Kevin Harvick, as a matter of fact, lost the draft. And he was like, we were all, what's wrong, man? What's wrong? He goes, hey, I just wasn't paying attention and just didn't pull up to him. I thought it would and lost it.
And we'll see threats of that through the day. I mean, especially this first run with no practice. The more laps we get under our belt, the more handling. These guys are going to figure out what their balance is. But if they drop to the back trying to protect it till they get to a pit stop, that is the risk they take going to the back, is making sure that you stay close enough to the cars in front of you that you don't lose it. If you lose it, you cannot gain it back.
Coming around to complete 13 laps, 1 caution flag so far. Single car spin at Michael McDowell. Chase Briscoe and Bubba Wallace lead in Talladega.
Best coat to watch racing with? Well, you need to try it first. You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
Great job. I love Cole Swindell for the simple fact alone, he's a big race fan. Huge NASCAR fan, always at these races, hanging out with his buddies, taking in a race, and Talladega is certainly one of his favorites.
Well, we are between Carolina and California after all.
That's right.
Ford's on the bottom, Toyota's up top. The first 2 cars in each lane at least. And aside from 1 or 2 cars getting kicked out of line and to the back, this has been a very orderly procession at 192 miles an hour.
Well, it's orderly, but don't think there's, don't mistake that there's not stuff going on. I was talking about with this Larry under the brake, you're saving fuel. If you're not that lead car, obviously Bubba Wallace on the outside, Chase Briscoe on the inside, they have to be wide open in the front of those packs leading the pack. You go back there further in the pack, Larry, you're lifting and saving my man some fuel.
Yeah, I'm looking right now at the 2 guys on the front row there, Chase Briscoe in the 14, Bubba Wallace in the 23. 100% throttle all the way around this track. Ryan Blaney, the 12 car, the 3rd car in the outside line, he's anywhere from about 50 to 70%. It's almost like the deeper we went into this run, he's using less throttle. And right now, on my fuel calculations, he can go about 4 laps further than like Bubba Wallace can right now because Bubba's wide open.
50% throttle, half throttle.
There you see it. Look at Ty Gibbs, 2nd car on the outside line. Now he's feathering that throttle to stay close, but maybe not too close to Bubba Wallace.
Well, he's doing that. Look at the brake right here. Feathering the throttle so you don't have to climb all over the brakes and burn the brakes off of it.
Jamie?
Amount of experience right there in that front pack is the 54 of Ty Gibbs. He had a great qualifying effort, qualified 3rd, his best of his career. Their biggest concern, though, coming in was not getting hung out. And that means that the veteran drivers around you don't trust you. They don't want to run in the pack with you because of that yellow bumper. But he's doing everything right. Obviously has a fast car, so those around him staying with him.
Well done so far. So here's our Xfinity fastest lap of the race so far. B.J. McLeod, who joined us in the booth for much of qualifying yesterday, started this race at the back, but he has the fastest lap. Now, how does that happen? Well, when you have a pack this big and you come to the line maybe a couple of car lengths behind everybody and have a good suck-up lap, you're faster than everybody else, right?
That's exactly right. I mean, getting that gap in the back, normally if you can start that lap a little bit behind and then close in during the whole lap, that's going to get you that big lap time.
And we talked about, Kevin Harvick, you heard me say, you can't get too far back, you'll lose that draft. There's no worse feeling when you're trying to manage that. You're back there in the pack, you're riding. That's your strategy. I'm going to ride back here. I'm going to survive. If they wreck, I want to be back far enough behind them that I can get blowed up, I can get stopped and miss the wreck, right? But if you get too far out and lose that draft, you're in big trouble. The other thing is 3 wide. The bigger that hole is in front of you, the faster you're going to go. They can go 3 wide to 2 wide. Uh-oh, now they're single file. I'm in trouble.
Yeah, if you're that last car and you're by yourself, there's nobody beside you, the best place to be is right in the middle. They're punching that hole, aim for the center of the biggest hole.
Bubba Wallace out front. He's led twice as many laps today as for the entire season so far.
Big opportunity for him. And he's taken full advantage of it. Obviously a very fast race car. A good super speedway racer. Knows how to get it done. Been in victory lane here.
I'm looking at Chase Briscoe's car and it says the old goat on the hood. What could that possibly refer to?
Well, if you let him come around just a little bit further, that old goat's got a robe on and all sorts of stuff. What is going on there, Tony?
Hey, we had so much fun with Mahindra doing the commercial shoots this year that they wanted to put me on the side of the car, which is a terrible idea. Of all places to bring me, I mean, here's a good shot. I'm going to get scuffed up today.
Well, the good thing, the new Tony, you only took a little bit of the quarter panel. The old Tony, you needed to move around in the hood. So the good news is you're headed in the right direction, buddy.
There you go.
That Tony on the side there could use a shave. Maybe somebody will brush up against it and give you one.
And a lot of farming, them Mahindra tractors. A lot of farms and a lot of them tractors in the fields right now, getting them crops in the ground.
22 laps complete this time by Bubba Wallace, Chase Briscoe, Ty Gibbs, Ryan Blaney, and Eric Almirola, the top 5. NASCAR on Fox is sponsored by the Credit One Bank NASCAR American Express card. 25 laps complete. Bubba Wallace in command. Ryan Blaney up to second now, and Martin Truex third. Gibbs fourth. Daniel Suarez has worked his way up to fifth. Chase Briscoe has dropped in sixth, where he can save some fuel for a while now.
Starting to approach a fuel window. I'm going to say you might start to see these guys finding their groove too. If we're going to be pitting under green here, we're going to see it manufacturally start pulling down and probably coming together. Strength in numbers.
As we've said, lots of Fords, lots of Chevrolets. They make up the bulk of the field. There are only 6 Toyotas, and there are 3 up near the front and 3 back from about 14th on. They're going to have to find each other to pit together, being safety in numbers coming off pit road.
Look at this. So McDowell, he's going to go 2 laps down right here, and you started to see his teammate back there. He's going to pull up maybe and try to push him up. It's important to not go 2 laps down. You talked about it, Mike. 1 lap is doable. You can get that back. 2 laps, you're going to need some help. Something's going to have to happen, a quick caution, an untimely caution for you to do that. So it does not surprise me that those teammates picked him up right there. Can't lose another lap.
So Larry, for the 20 cars that did not stop on lap 4 at the only caution flag so far, when would we expect them on pit road?
Yeah, I mean, Mike, the fuel window is north of 40 laps, but normally they play it a little more conservative, again, depending on how much park throttle, full throttle. I would say, based on going back and watching the spring race last year, once we get to about lap 36 to 38, that's probably when you're going to see these guys starting to come to pit road.
Thanks, Larry. Riding with Joey Logano, the Coca-Cola Zero Sugar Cam. He is sitting in 11th place here. No reason to hit me right now.
That's veteran talk right there. Joey knows that it's risk versus reward. The reward of getting that push from Buescher isn't really a reward at this point. There's nowhere for him to go forward. They're logging laps right now. Big block there by Bubba Wallace.
That was a door slam. There was not a lot of gap there.
And we'll see a lot more of that as the day goes on, but that's how you manage the energy of these lines like we saw at Daytona. You've got to sit there and know when there's a line that picks that 12 car up of Blaney and look, just motoring back up front.
That's also, and I talk about this a lot, you know, there's different strategies. You can go to the back. I'm going to ride around and try to be there at the end, weather the storm, if you will. Those guys up there practicing these blocks, being in sync with one another. When the time is right and it comes down to the end of that thing, you need that practice and be together as one.
How about this shot of the field from our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear? Powering the race from green to checkered flag and every mile in between. Goodyear more driven.
And that is important at this stage of the race. You would sit there and go, wow, why did he make that move like that? Remember, no practice. You don't get an hour of practice or an hour and 45 minutes of practice to practice these moves and figure out exactly what you have to do at the end of the day. So trying it now and trying to not do it in an unsafe spot or untimely spot, but you got to figure these things out, and it's trial and error.
Listen to Noah Gragson right here working that throttle. You know, he can easily just run up and you know, nail the back of Reddick in front of him, keeping that car off of that bumper all with the throttle.
A couple of veterans have advanced to the rear. Brad Keselowski and Kevin Harvick, the 6 and the 4, kind of riding out back. "31 laps complete." Let's take a break before pit stops. Bubba Wallace, Daniel Suarez for the lead. Ryan Blaney, Kyle Busch, Harrison Burton up in the top 5.
This week on Fox Saturday Baseball, NL East rivals square off as Acuna Jr. and the Braves battle Lindor, Alonso, and the Mets. Or the Cubs take on the Marlins. It all starts at 4 Eastern on Fox Saturday Baseball.
This is right across the street from Talladega Superspeedway. It's the quarter mile dirt Talladega short track. They ran 360 sprinters 2 nights. Ricky Stenhouse won both. And they ran the dirt late models where Red Farmer finished 2nd and Kyle Larson 8th.
They were in separate races, by the way.
Yes. different classes. Thank you. Dennis Suarez
ran an over and won that. That 50,000 to win they had over there. That's a big show. Had all the big boys there. I think you're going to start seeing these guys pitting. Get them guns ready. Fuel cans, we're ready.
Here's some Bubba Wallace audio.
If he's an adjustment or whether he's good. If he's good, I'm all on it. Be a little bit tighter. 1 number tighter.
Oh, Reddick!
Spins out and hits the wall. Turns it around and keeps going.
Oh my gosh, did not see that coming, Tony. Neither did he. Too much rear braking that thing.
Right here,
lost it.
Right here.
We're still green.
And Bubba Wallace was the one that did an amazing job of not getting collected up in that.
Well, I saw him come flying around the outside of him. I was like, man, Bubba checked up way too much. I was wrong. Reddick overshot it.
Well, and I think Bubba was smart there. He did lose a spot or two there, but the biggest thing that you can have happen right now is a penalty, a speeding penalty or uncontrolled tire, just no penalties. Nice, clean, smooth stops.
Well, we talked about it. You said very important to come in collected together. You heard Mike talk about there's only 6 of these Toyotas. Now, because of that, it really split up that line. They're going to be headed out there not together and are going to lose even more time.
So they are in turn 2. They have formed up 4 of them, drafting, getting back up to speed as the leaders enter turn 1.
They actually waited for one another over through 3 and 4 and got that line, got the chain connected. They were not that connected and situated, but here they come, coming fast. Those cars are going to have to get going here, and they will.
Now, when they pitted, Kyle Busch was the leader. Ross Chastain has now gone to the front. What's significant about Chastain taking the lead is he and Eric Jones right behind them were two of the cars, Ty Dillon another one in the 77, that stopped for fuel at lap 4. They've fought their way all the way up through the field.
I still think they stay on plan here. Now we have the track position, though. I bet when the others pit, they'll come with them.
Ryan Preece was another who stopped at lap 4. There's the Hunt Brothers Pizza Cam on Preece's number 41, who led 130 laps last week at Martinsville. We listened in on the 45 that spun coming to pit road.
Manny panicking, trying to get down with the Toyotas. I thought he got turned, and he just absolutely locked up and spun out. No, like I told him, don't panic. Like, we don't need to get down. We'll pit with the next one. And he just tried to get down and spun himself out.
Trying to come from the outside lane.
Man, that was so close. I think that was Chase Briscoe. Barely missed him when he came down. He was late to the party. Looked to me like.
Hard to believe that was just a single car incident and that there's no damage apparent to his car.
Whoa. So close.
But I think it's important to note that that's what's going to be important about this pit cycle. All these cars that are on the outside lane, when it's their turn to pit, they can't wait till the lap that they want to come in. They've got to start trying to find a hole and work themselves down.
That pack was so tightly formed, though, Tony. How does Reddick get down to the low lane if there's no gap?
Well, you start the quest earlier. That's how you do it. You don't wait till the last minute or you catch yourself in trouble. And then you out of desperation. That's exactly what has to happen.
And you see those left hands out the window, too. That's how you're signaling to those drivers, hey, I'm getting ready to pit. I need to get down to this inside line. And everybody's aware of that. Everybody kind of has to work together in this scenario.
But they don't have to let you in. It ain't their job to let you in either.
They don't have to, but if they keep somebody from getting down, the next time in the next cycle, you might be the guy on the outside and you might need that break. So it's a matter of courtesy and etiquette.
Now, here are most of the Chevrolets pitting as a group. Josh?
Yeah, let's start with the one of Ross Chastain, who already pit for fuel earlier on in the race. They're only going to get fuel this time around. His biggest concern has been just the bumps out there on the track. Jamie?
Kyle Busch in the 8 on the right side has said he's happy with the car. No adjustments, obviously no time for that either. Just fuel. The 99 Daniel Suarez already led a couple laps here today. Fuel only for him.
That's a land rush coming off pit road. Under green.
Those last 3 are in jeopardy right there in that group of not staying connected to that pack.
There's the Toyota group trying to stay on the lead lap here.
And that's exactly how the Toyota camp, because of Reddick's spin, came off of pit road. They were really disconnected, but they all made the conscious effort. Spotters probably up high said, hey, check up, get this thing connected. We're going to be better. If we leave him out, we're going to be in trouble.
Now, of the cars that have not yet stopped in this cycle, they are mostly Fords. However, there are 7 Chevys that have not stopped. And you see the 41 at the map at the top of your screen. That is the leader, Ryan Preece. The Toyota group, led by Bubba Wallace, the 23, and the Chevy group, led by the 9.
There's that wave by Harvick. We're coming. Fords are coming.
Coming this time.
Excuse me, that was Ryan Preece.
Out of here if you can. Don't slide him.
Don't slide him. Not taking tires.
Whoa! Around goes Briscoe.
Same exact thing.
Right.
Everybody gets by, and we are still green as he fires it up. Regan.
Like you see the 22 of Joe Logano, that race car, decent for him. Needs an adjustment, though, when cars are behind him too squirmy. The 41 of Ryan Preece, after getting shuffled out early on in the race, has been very good since then.
Something's broke on the right front. It's down.
Car's on the ground. Tires are spinning. It won't roll. That is going to bring out a caution.
Yeah, the right front's locked up.
So the Fords exit pit road.
Oh no, now you're going to blow the rears. I believe this will be a caution.
And Preece is trying to get the car off of pit road without success. Now he's got plenty of time. Briscoe, before the field comes around. He's got plenty of time if he can get that car to roll.
That's not going anywhere.
That right side, there it is, yellow's out.
Caution, waves. Second one of the day.
The right front's definitely where the issue is.
Well, we know the left rear tire's shredded. We can see that.
That's not the problem, though.
Exactly.
There it is.
Right front on the ground for Chase Briscoe, who spins coming to pit road. Pit road is open. Here come the 6 cars that had not stopped yet under green. Regan.
Well, Ty Dillon in the 77 car, happy with the race car, said things are good in here. They wanted to try and get on pit road, but they saw the 14 spinning down there. And the 31 car, Justin Haley, they plan to run long right from the start of the race. Josh?
Well, the 43 of Eric Jones is okay with that car so far right now. Just set a little bit free everywhere as far as the 47 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. They came in for 4 tires and fuel. Jamie?
Ty Gibbs in the 54. Remember, the Toyotas came and they took fuel only. So he said, I would love to get 4 tires here. So it'll be 4 tires that tear up to help that vision, a drink of water, and fuel for the 54.
Free pass will go to Tyler Reddick. Remember, he had trouble getting onto pit road when the Toyotas made their green flag stop and went a lap down. So he will be back on the lead lap when we restart. Chase Briscoe spins to pit road. The right front cuts down and the car won't move. We're under caution. USFL action continues tonight on FS1. The Michigan Panthers take on the Philadelphia Stars, 7 Eastern on FS1. 45 laps complete in the Geico 500 at Talladega. Second caution of the day. This one for Chase Briscoe. And we've got a new leader, Chase Elliott, who was hanging out toward the back at much of this green flag run. There are the 3 Hendrick Chevrolets, 3 of the 4 in positions 1, 2, 3. And here's the Coca-Cola Racing family updated with Chase in the lead, Daniel Suarez 5th, Joey Logano 7th, Austin Dillon 16th, and Denny Hamlin, who pitted with the rest of the Toyotas. Regan on Chase Briscoe's mishap.
Well, Mike, we saw him down there spinning and couldn't seem to get that car to roll forward. Looked like the right front maybe it was locked up. The team just told me it was just because it was on the splitter so hard he couldn't get the car to go forward to get down to the pit box to him. That's what caused the problem. They came back in, check, and make sure everything was good. Everything was good on the right front now.
Well, everybody was trying to get down to pit road speed, but Briscoe whipped around the outside of Noah Gragson, and then the right front went down.
Yeah, you see the splitter down on the ground. It just won't go.
He's the first red car.
Yeah, you see, just starts gaining speed. I'd say the wheels started locking up, and then he had to lift off the brakes, Tony, to probably get the car back under control. Then he almost ran over Noah Gragson. Now you're in big trouble.
The moral of the story of all this, he had 0 shot at getting down at pit road speed. Does a good job of getting his hand off the wheel and protecting his hand right now, but just that mistake is just it's just truly that. It's a mistake, but it should not happen. The first stop of the day, error on the caution side. You know, take it easy and make sure you get through that stop clean, and then you can press if you need to go.
On both of them as well. Both scenarios. You know, Reddick, too, very aggressive race car drivers. A little bit of patience on that first run. No practice. What do we have here? I think I showed it earlier, the brakes. The fact that you're not running brakes out there. Brakes are cold. They tend to lock up a lot easier.
Now, the Toyotas all stopped together, so at the caution flag, they were all together in the back. What's Ty Gibbs' strategy?
We're all far enough back. There's probably not a chance of getting into stage point positions in the next 15 laps before the end of the stage, so we're just kind of going to take care of our fuel, take care of our car, and then we'll be able to flip the stage because we just pitted there for 4, you know, jump as many positions as we can. Yeah, all right.
Reminder to that rookie driver. All right. Don't be going up there and getting this car tore up. We're in this thing for the long haul, in it for the end.
6 Chevys, then 4 Fords, leading them to the Geico restart zone. Chase Elliott chooses the inside, Alex Bowman outside, Larson, Chastain, Suarez, and Byron.
One's right on you. The 5's off the 48.
Chase Elliott spotter ready to hunt.
Still on him. now off just a little. Back on, the 5 is on, the 48. A little bit off. 5's off, the 48.
It's going to be game on here. Now you've got guys that are needing these playoff points. Not going to see a lot of patience. So I think they're going to go for the valuable for a lot of reasons. Obviously, playoff picture at the end, winning this stage is huge. And collecting some stage points in case somehow, some way down to the end of this race, if you get caught up in a wreck, you've got some points here gained for a buffer.
And I really thought that outside line was going to get a big run versus the inside line. We saw going into turn 3 on the backstretch. The 9, the 1, the 24, a lot of separation. And that one car is kind of in an accordion effect. The 9 got away from him. It backed him up to the 24. The 24 gave him a big push. But until they kind of get settled in a rhythm, like you see this outside line, it's hard to really build and generate that energy on that line.
At the tandem actually hooked up. I saw it a little bit with Chastain and Elliott on the inside. Saw it in a big way. Larson and his teammate Bowman on the outside.
See how it pulls that one car back to the 24? Then that big run comes back up, gets him right back up to him again.
Big pushes out of Chastain. Got to make sure those bumpers are aligned. Don't be too much on the left rear getting into the corners. This is where business really picks up. Got to be careful with these pushes. Careful with the blocks as well. Still time to be patient here.
And make sure the push is square. You want to be going the same direction the car in front of you. Don't want to be moving to the right. Don't want to be moving to the left. And you don't want to be tugging on that steering wheel while you're pushing.
That's a great point, but the flip side of that is if that car is dancing around in front of you, you can't help it.
Right.
And sometimes that's overlooked and not talked about. Man, I was in the center of it when it started, but that thing got loose as I started pushing him, and next thing you know, now I'm on the right, I'm on the left, and I've got him turned around.
Right center of your screen in the high lane, that light green number 38. Todd Gilliland not in that car this week. He's in another front row car, the 36. That is Truck Series champ Zane Smith. Right up there in the top 10, getting some really valuable Cup experience at the pointy end of the field here.
And he's following one of the best in the business behind Joey Logano. He can learn a lot being behind him right now if he really thinks about what's going on. And Zane's a smart race car driver. I think he's one that's going to take a lot of lessons from Joey and really follow his lead right now.
It's unbelievable how much difference, an untimely caution shakes this race up. I mean, you're here talking about, the Gibbs guys and the Toyotas were up front. Tony Chase Briscoe and the Stewart Haas guys were up front. All of a sudden, that caution comes out. Advantage goes to the, it's got some sort of debris coming off of there.
I think that's actually the film of the in-car camera.
Yes, the protective film there.
How about the air pressure there, though? The negative air pressure that's making that pull off of the camera. That shows you that. But going back to this, the opportunity with the Hendrick cars, it's back in Chase Elliott's lap. We talked about him on the radio. He didn't really have the strategy, thinking stage points. Boom, here he is. We're going for him now.
9 laps to go in stage 1 at Talladega. So you don't miss any of the action. We're going to take you, Fox, side by side.
For 46 years straight, more of you have trusted Ford F-Series trucks to help save the day, stretch the weekend, haul, or tow. Just about anything, anywhere. That's because they're built Ford tough, and it's why Ford F-Series are America's best-selling trucks 46 years straight. And for that, we thank you. Because this isn't just about our capability, it's about yours.
Being a NASCAR fan just got even more rewarding with the free Fan Rewards loyalty program. Earn reward points and redeem them for merchandise, tickets, VIP experiences, and so much more. Earn points from the track or at home. Check in on your phone, complete your profile, or play fantasy racing to score your first points. Join and start earning today. Visit NASCAR.com/rewards to learn more now.
The Bush Guide, cold and smooth survival skills. Stop.
Leaves of 3, leave them be. Cans of 6. Take your pick.
and head for the mountains of
neighborhood.
The baddest superstars on the planet are unleashed in prime time. All new Friday Night SmackDown at 8/7 Central on Fox.
We remember the men and women who serve this country and all they do to keep us safe and free.
This is ready to go online. Any questions?
Yeah, I got one. How about the best network imaginable? Let's invent that.
That's what we do here.
Quick survey. Who wants their internet to work pretty much everywhere? And it needs to run smooth, like super smooth.
Hey, should you be drinking that?
It's decaf. Because we're busy women. We don't have time for lag or buffering. Who doesn't want internet that helps AI do your homework even faster?
Come again? Sorry, what was that?
Introducing the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
When I was 5, I was sleeping with a gun underneath my pillow. 140 years ago, the Hatfields were burning down our homes. We have a lot of anger towards the McCoys. It's the devil's curse. It's in the genes.
You know me when I get around a McCoy.
This is our empire. I'm out to get Courtney McCoy. I will steamroll over them.
McCoys don't have failure in them.
We're going to raise hell.
The Real Hatfields and McCoys, forever feuding. Streaming now on Fox Nation.
55 laps complete. Stage 1 ends 5 laps from now. Chase Elliott on the inside, Alex Bowman on the outside, 2 Hendrick Camaros leading the field here with 5 to go in the stage. Now, with his success last year at Talladega, well, Chase Elliott is today's guaranteed fit, sponsored by eBay Motors.
Yeah, Mike, Chase Elliott in Talladega, he has 2 wins in the Cup Series here. In fact, his last 8 starts at Talladega, 2 wins and 5 top 10s. He has 11 Super Speedway top 10s and 7 top 10s in his last 11 Super Speedway races. He has led a total of 340 laps between Daytona and Talladega. And again, his last trip to Victory Lane was right here in the fall. This for sure could be an eBay's Motor guaranteed fit for Chase to get his 3rd Talladega win. And guess what? Punch his ticket to the playoff after missing 6 races this year.
Oh, that's right, Larry. Thanks. He is playoff eligible, but likely won't have enough points to make it. He's going to have to win his way in, Jamie.
That's right. And Chase Elliott qualified 29th yesterday, and his crew chief Alan Gustafson told me he was a little disappointed in that. He said, but we have no doubt we will race well. And his driver Chase said that his car handled really well mid-pack in that dirty air. They actually haven't even taken tires yet today, stopped twice, fuel only. But now he's getting a feel for what his car is like in clean air. A little bit more of a handful up there, Mike.
Things are busy on point. Now, Brad Keselowski is dropping to the back again, pulled out of line. In fact, he might have even been below the double yellow line to back up and back out of what's going on up there.
I truly believe that's by design here. We got 3 laps to go in the stage. If he didn't feel like he was in a position where he was going to get stage points, why be in the middle of the hornet's nest? Just take care of it. In the next 3 laps, you could lose the draft and not go a lap down, no penalty.
Josh?
Yeah, and you saw Brad back out of the pack right there, coming over the radio just a few minutes ago, talking about just how frustrated he is with the way that the Fords are drafting compared to the Chevys right now. So not a happy Brad Keselowski.
Now, he is one of about 16 cars that will have to pit at the caution flag at the end of this stage, 2.5 laps from now.
It's interesting to hear him say that comment, and I'm seeing it. Usually when you come here, thinking back at Daytona, all these super speedways, the Fords are the ones that can push the best. Brad has been one of the most aggressive at doing that. Today, the Chevrolets have figured that game out and is actually better than them at it. That's all part of the package. A lot of things that go into that. The way that the air, you pick up the air, obviously the drafting, the drag in your race car. You see, look at those on the outside. Suarez into Larson into Bowman. Big time accordion.
And on the inside, Chastain into Elliott. The 9 and the 1 are the drivers who won the 2 Cup races here last year.
I think Bowman's going to have a decision to make. He's riding with his partner, staying right there with Larson. When push comes to shove off of 4 in this next lap, if it stays this way, he's probably going to have to move down and guard that 9.
6 Chevys leading 3 Fords. The only Toyota in the top 25 is Denny Hamlin. on a little different strategy than the rest of those cars, which are 28th on back.
Denny's out. Smart move. Bail out of this thing. Not going to lose any positions here. They wreck. I'm not going to be a part of it.
Final lap, stage 1. Who gets the 10 points?
Watch the back of these cars moving around. That's from contact from the car behind giving that push.
And both lanes pretty much tandemed. I like this. Chastain's car is super strong in that push. See Larson doing the same thing. Here they come.
Into the tri-oval and then another 1,000 feet to the line. Elliott leads here.
Thank you, Ross Chastain. You have pushed me, shown me everything I need.
And Chase Elliott gets his 3rd stage win at Talladega and his 1st stage win of this season. After missing 6 races for a snowboarding accident, Chase Elliott is back and he captures the green and white checkered flag for stage 1.
We've come a long way in 125 years. From dirt tracks to super speedways and every track in between. Never backing down, pushing boundaries and giving it everything we've got. Yeah, we've come a long way, but there's still a lot more road to run. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR.
All right, let's have a look at today's Credit One ones to watch. Clint, who you got your eye on?
I'm taking the whole Chevy camp. I'm sold. I like what I saw right there. I saw that Chastain pushing. I think if they can figure that tandem thing out, that might be the winning combination, and they're this close.
I'll be honest, I'm going to stick with the guy that I feel like is one of the 2 best restrictor plate drivers in the field. I'm going with that Ford Mustang, that 22 of Joey Logano.
I'm taking all the 30-1 and over shots. Todd Gilliland. Ty Dillon has led this race. Noah Gragson. J.J. Yaley's been up in the top dozen. Ryan Preece. Riley Herbst. Any one of those. I mean, they're all going to get to the front. Can they stay up front? That'll be the question. Larry Mack. Larry, I agree with you 100%, whatever it was you said. Did you hear?
Not a thing.
I didn't either, but whatever he said, I'm buying it. Sorry about that audio issue.
Going back to that tandem, Tony, that's about as close as that I've ever seen for as long as I've ever seen. I think that's important. If you can figure that out just a little bit more, maybe dragging the brake for that lead car just a little bit more, you might see 2 of them things take off and
well, what I saw behind Chase Elliott there with Ross Chastain, Ross was able to, he was so smooth while he was pushing those last 2 laps. That's the kind of guy you want at the end of the day. Somebody that can hold the wheel nice and smooth, their car's stable. That will give you confidence being that lead car.
And that car in front of him, you know, Chase Elliott, that car did not dance around, didn't move around.
Pit road is open. Let's begin with Regan.
Like the 22 of Joey Logano started off just a little bit free when getting pushed from behind by other cars. Right now, he's free all the way through the corner. Just needs a small adjustment for that. Josh?
Well, the one of Ross Chastain, tight when in tandem on corner exit, but he said it's not too bad. 4 tires and fuel for them. As far as the 48 of Alex Ball, he said that car just wants to wander out a little bit to the left on him. Jamie?
Nice stage win for the 9 of Chase Elliott. He hasn't said anything about the handling of his car since he was running up front. A 4-tire stop for the first time today for the 9.
Boy, a disastrous stop for J.J. Yaley. Had to back up to get into his pit, and Noah Gragson had trouble getting out of his pit. Here's your race off pit road, sponsored by Ram. Denny Hamlin, Kevin Harvick, and Justin Haley, the big winners there.
Larson, definitely not a big winner.
How about we talk to our stage 1 winner?
Let's get him on there. How about you there, stage 1 winner? Not too bad.
Yeah, it worked out all right, didn't it?
Heck yeah. Landed, took advantage of the pit cycle, and man, car looked good, felt good, huh?
Yeah, I felt like it was all right. We did a good job controlling the lanes there at the end. Obviously, long ways to go, so track position looks like it's going to be a really big deal. I didn't see that third lane. It made a little progress, but not as much as it probably needs to. So we'll, yeah, keep trying to play our cards right.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you. Y'all have fun.
Chase Elliott, stage 1 winner. I first got to know Lloyd Royce when he was chief engineer and then general manager at Buick, and he brought them to success in NASCAR, in IMSA, and to the Indy 500. Ended his career as president of General Motors, a position his son Mark holds today. Lloyd Royce passed away this week at the age of 86. NASCAR on Fox is sponsored by Geico. See how easy it is to bundle all your insurance needs. Little action on the boulevard. Quiet place now. Everybody's either up in their seats or up on the roof watching the race. 65 complete, stage 1 in the books, won by Chase Elliott. Penalties on pit stops. Chris Buescher's team ran over equipment. J.J. Yaley pitting out of the, interference on J.J. Yaley, while Riley Herbst pitting out of the box, and Todd Gilliland's team over the wall too soon. So those 4 will go to the back.
It's a lot of penalties, bud.
It is for one stop, yes. So Denny Hamlin and Kevin Harvick will be up on point for the restart. There's a look at your top 20.
That baby right there put on one hell of a party. Here's the boulevard here, guys. Everybody that maybe never been here before. Have a parade that started Friday. Awesome experience in the infield. Just nothing like it. There really isn't, Tony.
And what people don't realize, the boulevard there, those 2 long strips, those used to be runways here.
Yes.
Back in the day.
This was built as a World War II pilot training base. And when Bill France wanted to build his second super speedway, he went to the state of Alabama, and they said, we will provide the land. We're building a new interstate, I-20, between Atlanta and Birmingham. We'll build an exit at each end of the property and give you an 8-lane boulevard out front to run traffic in and out. I think the big traffic jam is going to be next door at Talladega Airport. All of you well-heeled jet setters trying to leave here after the race.
And there was the runways. You could definitely see the makeout of the way it was. Cool that it's an airport right here next to the racetrack.
Well, and you rode Harley Davidsons here, and Harley used to use this as a test facility. Yep. They used a lot of stuff in the infield.
So the back of the field comes in to top off, as is traditional here. Well, Fox Saturday Baseball is heating up with an NL East rivalry. Ronald Acuna Jr. and the Braves will take on Pete Alonso and the Mets, or you will see the Cubs take on the Marlins Saturday at 4 Eastern on Fox. Joey Logano, 7th in line as they came to the choose. He's going to restart on the outside. What's their strategy?
They're still on all the Fords to put together after the last fiasco. Fixing the plan. Working on it. Okay.
You think all the Fords will pit together like the last fiasco? Stick to the plan, he asked Paul Wolfe.
I think they will. You know, Ford, I feel like, was the first OEM to really start the strategy at the restrictor plate tracks of working together as a group. They would have pre-race meetings talking about how can they help each other, and then at the end you race each other. But get yourselves to the front first, work with each other in your group.
How about Kevin Harvick? We're going to listen to his spotter, Tim Fedewa, on this restart.
You're right, Tony. I mean, it definitely started with the Ford camp. We lived it. Was in a lot of those meetings, and quite frankly, we had them. We got them good with our strategy, and everybody quickly followed suit. But that's where the name of the game is. You have to, the strengths and numbers. You saw it with the Toyotas. They were going to be in big trouble at that caution nada came out. They not only didn't, when Reddick spun, it jumbled the group up. So not only do they not have the strength in numbers, when they come off of pit road, they weren't together.
Here they come to the Geico restart zone for stage 2. Denny Hamlin to lead them across.
Ready. got pushed.
Big push by Kevin Harvick on the outside. There's that Chastain. Massive monster push again. I like what that one car's able to do. I feel like he's able to connect to them bumpers, be way more aggressive with his pushes than most everybody out there.
And that's something those Camaros could not do here last year. This year, each of the OEMs, Ford, Chevy, and Toyota, has a new nose piece. And one of the redesigned goals was so that they would not go flush to the rear bumper of the car they were behind, so you wouldn't have those offset pushes that caused us a lot of problems last year.
Yeah, I mean, the simple facts are the Fords have more of a flatter nose. It helps them, you know, push and draft like you see Chastain. Look at that run.
Back in here, rolling.
Gets to the corner, and they start to break up. You see that again, pushed out. All right, now if you're Justin Haley, drag a little bit of brake, lift a little bit, just easy. Do not get too far out there.
That was almost to the point where you're almost too far out and you just got to leg it out because you know they're going to come back to you. But you get out too far and then you drag the brake, then you create a big problem and log jam. Not necessarily the first car behind you, but the second, third on back. But the goal, you're exactly spot on. The goal is to not get out too far there. The closer you can stay to that car, the more it keeps that energy going.
Getting out too far in front, which was caused at least one of the two big ones in yesterday's race. Now, those Xfinity Series drivers, most of them have less experience, and they only get to race here once a year.
Well, exactly, because now you're dead in the water. Eventually, you run out of that steam. They are still connected behind you and run you down in such a big rush. Now you're forced for one of those massive blocks, and it's just too late. You get wrecked.
Speaking of yesterday, the driver that had the big rollover, Blaine Perkins, was taken for observation to a local hospital. We have an update today. He is doing very well. Nothing broken. They're going to keep him the rest of the day and maybe into tomorrow just for further observation as a precaution. So good to hear that he is on the mend.
Very good to hear that. Scary wreck. Big, big wreck.
Martin Truex trying to get up to Denny Hamlin. Those two Toyotas are a car length and a lane apart here in a sea of Fords and Chevrolets.
I heard Chase talk about that third lane. That third lane, I'm watching this. I'm like, man, where's the third lane at? Well, how come nobody's coming? They tried it. Stenhouse have been watching a couple of those guys tried it coming to that stage in, and it just did not work. Cannot keep the momentum on that high line on the outside. It's going to take either more cars, Tony, or that just might not be in the cards today.
And I agree. It's really too early to tell, but I think the scenario we did see, the cars that were in that second lane saw that outside line building and developing and gaining momentum, and they kept peeling up there. Well, every time they did that, it took a second to get that lead car back up to speed. Then they'd catch somebody else. So it just never really had enough time to develop and get momentum.
So here's one of the questions in Clint's Super 6 contest for 25 grand. Which of these two drivers will have the better finish at the end of the race? And how many positions will they be separated by?
Right now, that advantage obviously is going to that one ball, Ross Chastain. A lot of racing left in this stage.
Interesting. I don't know if strategy or happenstance, but Brad Keselowski and his teammate Chris Buescher, who was under penalty at the end of stage 1, they have gotten together. They're drafting alone a little bit by themselves, right at the back of the pack, trying to stay completely out of trouble. I remember one time here when Tony Stewart and Bobby Labonte were teammates and did just that. One was at the back, one was at the front, and ended up right on top of each other in one big crash. Kevin Harvick leading Talladega.
Tonight, the USFL is on FS1. The Michigan Panthers battle the Philadelphia Stars. The USFL, tonight at 7 Eastern on FS1.
Kevin Harvick leading, but a lot of the action has been on the boulevard. Yes, there is a parade. Yes, they throw beads. Yes, alcohol is involved, but fans of all ages have a great time on the boulevard in the infield at Talladega. Now, boy, we have had big ones. Lane Perkins with a nasty sidewinder rollover crash that sent him to the hospital for observation. Ryan Sieg around after Daniel Hemrick made too late of a block. And those were the two big ones in yesterday's Xfinity Series race, in which, as Tony pointed out, only 7 cars emerged unscathed from all the carnage here yesterday.
Well, I did say in a YouTube clip after a race, they should see it a lot, where I said they shouldn't stop till they all get wrecked. So,
ran out of laps.
Yeah.
Well, Martin Truex found his way to the bottom of the racetrack up front. Then he latched on to Denny Hamlin, and now Joey Logano is trying to spoil the fun.
That was a heads-up move. Denny made that move to the outside. Teammate Truex gave him some room to be able to do it. Both of those guys capitalized on it right back to the top.
Now Bubba Wallace is in that mix, trying to get to his Toyota stablemates. He was 10th about 3 laps ago, and now he moved up to 7th, back to 9th, but still trying to gain ground and get up there with Truex and Hamlin. Two Toyotas, 2 Fords, Haley's, Chevy, along with Larson and Chastain. 3 Chevys in the top 10. Riding with Noah Gragson. We can always bet on high-speed action here at Talladega, and the fans here can bet on Wendy's to deliver all the fun out on the boulevard. So let's take a look. This is Bet on Biggie, sponsored by Wendy's.
Now what are we gonna do?
We can always bet on Big E's on the boulevard.
Oh, yeah. What are you doing?
You know, that was a good night, huh?
Best night.
You can always count on a biggie bag from Wendy's.
Hey, what else you count on? Biggie Bob.
I'd heard there was a Bob Pockris sighting, but I didn't quite believe it. However, there is video.
I would not have
bag
believed
right
it.
now.
I would not have believed it myself if I didn't just see that too.
You know,
He's got some moves.
I want to give them props. They did a fantastic job with that activation out there. That was the spot to be all weekend long. Very cool to see that. Give it back to our fans too. I mean, they were literally had that delivery window, pickup window, takeout window, I guess you would call it. That thing was open for 3 days, even late into the night.
I did hear Michael ask, Bob, what are you doing? And Bob said, I'm dancing, I think. Braver than I am.
You know, I heard you say, you know, 2 Toyotas, 3 Fords right there, Chevrolets, kind of jumbled up. Saw at the end of that first stage, saw the Hendrick cars all together, and they stayed together. You know, that's the only package pair you see is Denny Hamlin and his teammate Truex right there. These guys are going to have to find each other and do what the Hendrick camp accomplished there at the end if they're going to have success, I believe.
Well, they've got 20 laps to do it. And Larry, if I'm concerned, it's for the Toyotas because they are spread out through this entire pack. If they have to pit under green, it's not going to be possible for them to pit together, is it?
It's going to be hard, Mike, but what we saw in that first set of green flag pit stops, I felt like that caution with Briscoe spinning out on pit road kind of saved them because they were really going to be the real loser just because they got so separated when Tyler Reddick spun and had to do 4 tires.
So everyone is on the lead lap now except Chase Briscoe, as Larry pointed out, and Michael McDowell, who brought out the first caution. They are each 1 lap down.
See them cow flaps, the hood flaps coming up. That pressure going over that car coming off the spoiler in front of them. Negative pressure pulls those up. Kind of in your view a little bit. Doesn't seem to bother him. I've asked a couple of those drivers, Kevin Harvick in particular. I was like, man, does that bother you? He goes, nah, you get used to it. No big deal.
Well, it's a tell, just like a poker hand when you're watching for somebody. When they see that flap, they know where they're at. They know what that pressure change is. they know they're in a good spot.
It certainly shows. It's a tell-all sign.
Yeah.
You know exactly. You know, you can look up and see them on the back straightaway, and when them flaps pull up, you know they're right on their bumper.
And we mentioned Brad Keselowski went to the back to pick up his teammate Chris Buescher, who restarted after serving a penalty. Here's Brad's radio.
We just nobody moves. They just run side by side. You can't do anything. So let's wait and get the track position. We're gonna fight for 25th. So trying to take care of the fuel and push it to 5, Matt, where you can be aggressive with the big call to give me that.
He's right, and we all see that. But where do you, all right, so where do you get the track position? That's going to come on pit road. When things jumble up, you have to be able to methodically make the right decisions. Larry needs to help me. I'm going to need some track position with your strategy.
Back up near the front, Denny Hamlin, right on the bumper of his teammate Martin Truex. Jamie.
I talked to Denny's crew chief Chris Gabehart this morning about their performance, and he said with this next-gen car, we've just been okay at the super speedways. We've had to evolve our thinking, so we came with something new. We have not stopped. We have tried everything we can, and we really feel like we're bringing something today that you will see a bump in performance starting here and in the coming weeks, and we certainly have seen that so far today. Denny Hamlin happy with the car, and I'm listening to Denny, and he's calling the shots on the radio to his spotter, telling him what he wants Martin Truex Jr. to do so they don't lose the pack and they can work together as the only two Toyotas up there.
That's pretty interesting.
So Truex and Logano leading the two lanes around Talladega. We'll take a break with 24 to go in stage 2.
There's a thin line in the NASCAR Xfinity Series between being a name they know and being a name they'll never forget.
NASCAR on Fox is sponsored by Busch Light, who reminds you to drink responsibly. 87 laps complete at Talladega. All 38 cars in the lead draft. First to 36th. Just over 2 seconds. That's how close they run here. Now let's take a look at today's right combination, sponsored by Subway.
Yeah, Mike, let's take a look at Joey Logano and his crew chief Paul Wolfe. This is their 4th season together. They've been to victory lane 9 times and, of course, won the 2022 Cup Series championship. They've made the championship 2 out of the last 3 years. Pretty solid so far. 2nd in the Daytona 500, 2nd last week at Martinsville, and, of course, won that Atlanta race a few weeks ago. All of this could be the Subway right combination for Joey and Paul to get their 2nd win of the year, which would be Joey's 4th Talladega win.
Well, he just got pushed to the lead by Justin Haley as they come through the tri-oval.
I can get around that. I think that's a good pick, Larry. Best in the business, in my opinion. Tony, you said it in the pre-race. When it comes to these super speedways, that boy's good.
He just has a confidence about him that it's just hard to deny. When you see him get to the lead, he's very, very comfortable if he has to single-handedly control multiple lanes at a time.
You know, something that I've heard a little bit of frustration in his voice in the radio. You know, I heard him talk about Buescher pushing me too. You know, he's kind of grouchy in that car today. I don't know where that comes from, but it might be something to watch here at the end of this race and how he's driving.
So we're 30 laps in to stage 2, half of the 60 laps of the stage. Sounds to me like a good time for a Sunday NASCAR on Fox. Rank it up. Fox leads them off turn number 2 with Denny Hamlin, Kevin Harvick, Ryan Preece, and Joey Logano. We're going to take you Fox side by side.
Drives a little slower.
I got a heart like a truck. It's been drugged through the mud.
Ram owners have heart for being fearless, determined, and bold. That's why it's time for you to be a Ram.
During Ram Truck Month, get 1.9% financing plus $2,000 bonus cash on the 2023 Ram 1500.
Your morning coffee. Hot, delicious, comforting. But by the third or fourth cup, your stomach might not feel so good. If that sounds like you, replace your afternoon cup with 5-Hour Energy. It's perfect for when you're feeling coffeeed out. Coffee in the morning, 5-Hour Energy after. Your stomach will thank you. Discover 5-Hour Energy.
Being a NASCAR fan just got even more rewarding with the free Fan Rewards loyalty program. Earn reward points and redeem them for merchandise, tickets, VIP experiences, and so much more. Earn points from the track or at home. Check in on your phone, complete your profile, or play fantasy racing to score your first points. Join and start earning today. Visit NASCAR.com/rewards to learn more now.
Fox Wednesday. The 4 farmers are down to 3 women each.
I don't have a clear front runner right now.
Tough decisions must be made.
I hope that I can just figure out if it is a deeper connection.
There does come a time when you realize when something will work for you or won't.
And a shocking twist no one sees coming.
2 Ryan
turns things upside down.
Hit another bomb.
Everybody okay?
I really got to do some soul searching here.
An all-new Farmer Wants a Wife, Wednesday at 9 on Fox.
Pod's biggest sale of the year is now extended. Save up to 30% on moving and storage and see why Pods has been trusted with over 6 million moves nationwide. Save up to 30% now. This offer won't last long. Visit pods.com today.
We love our new neighborhood.
Yeah, great schools, wonderful neighbors, so helpful.
Maybe too helpful. Well, at least Geico made bundling our home and car insurance easy.
We save so much money.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Martin Truex out front. He'd only led 76 laps here, entering today in 36 starts, but Truex been out front for 16 circuits today. Here's your aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, powering every lap, every mile, and every victory on the road ahead. Goodyear, more driven.
Hey, hey, hey. How about this outside line, Tony?
Business is picking up.
Look at the momentum.
It started with those first 4 cars, and they really didn't get going. The last 2 that have piled in there, it looks like Riley Herbst. They've started generating that energy, and as we heard earlier, you're hearing these guys mid-pack, second, third row on back, having to lift down the throttle. That outside line, I guarantee they're staying in the gap. They've been able to build up momentum up to start to make a charge.
Yes, they are. Big push out Eric Jones on the bumper. Bubba Wallace, got him sideways. All right, boy, you're going to pull up in front of me. You better be holding on. You're going for a ride.
Looking back from Wallace's Toyota Cam.
I think this is very important. We needed to figure this out. I'm glad that Eric Jones jumped up there, tried this outside line, got some help, got some cars established behind him. And here we are. Third row, going to the front.
And you talked about how these Toyotas going to get back together. Right now, you got 3 of them right together.
Now it's going to be very interesting. Will Bubba now decide to stay and ride? The obvious is he's going to try to block, right? Slow both of them down. But eventually, I believe that he's going to have to make a choice. Oh, my man likes that. Awesome.
Well, when it comes time to pit, having 3 lanes wide of cars is going to make it very difficult for some drivers to find their friends and get to pit road.
You'll definitely be jockeying around, getting Getting to those positions, and it's coming quick.
That's going to be the tell. When we see that lane start dissipating and breaking apart and guys getting down into that second lane, that's going to be the tell that the cycle is going to start in 2 or 3 laps.
So watch for that to happen, what, 3 to 4 laps from now?
I think so.
Picking up McDowell, going another lap down. Very unfortunate problem with his right rear. It just never have seemed to get that fixed. Tire went down, was our first caution.
What you see there is something that we don't see at Daytona. Talladega is so much wider. McDowell being on the bottom, where the last time that Pap caught him, he went all the way to the top, gave those guys room. He didn't have that option with that outside line developed. He had to stay on the bottom, but you could see all 3 of those lines were able to get around no problem.
One of the biggest reasons that 3rd lane started working, though, is that middle and even the bottom was really accordioning. You see Austin Dillon, now here comes LaJoie, here comes Almirola. That middle lane really was kind of accordion. They had to check up, and that momentum swing advantage went to that outside line. There's Truex moving down. I think you're starting to see, whoa, man, Bubba's car is a handful. Be careful, Denny. But you're seeing them moving down, finding one another for this pit cycle.
So here we are, a few laps past halfway, and there's only, 36 cars that could win it.
That's exactly right.
Let's have a look at today's lap leaders, sponsored by Novartis. Bubba Wallace, 25 circuits out in front. Martin Truex having his best day ever at Talladega. Chase Elliott back on mid-season form. Bowman, Hamlin, and Harvick.
Something I think is interesting we haven't really talked about
From the Ford
is right here with Tyler Reddick. If you remember, hit the wall on pit entry, no caution, and he's still up in the top 20 right now. So shows how durable these cars are. The only thing that's the Achilles heel are toe links, and by all means do not get a flat tire if you want to go anywhere.
Well, Reddick was a lap down. He got it back getting the free pass when Chase Briscoe brought out the race's 2nd caution of the day, and here he is back in the top 15.
Blows my mind. Outside line completely gone again. They literally drove all the way to the front and put Bubba Wallace in the lead. Now all of a sudden it's gone, completely deteriorated and out of here.
All right, Larry, how many laps have you got to find your friends?
Yeah, I would say in the next 4 to 6 laps. But Clint, here's how I'm going to help you on pit road. I'm out of the 4-tire stop business. We have to spend as little bit of time as we can on pit road fuel and 2 tires, but help me help you. You can't be sliding the tires. You can't be spinning out if we're just going to do 2 tires per stop from here on out.
Yeah, it's a great point. And something that obviously everybody's learned. It kind of surprised me when Briscoe did that. You know, that's a communication error in my opinion. Somebody should have been telling all those guys, and I promise you, you probably heard it in other cars. Hey, Reddick had trouble, spun out on pit road. A reminder, just be careful, be patient, feel this thing out the first time.
Look at the Dillon brothers up front in the outside lane. Ty, then Austin. And look at Kevin Harvick's day.
We see on the graph here where around lap 40, Harvick bailed out, didn't like what he was seeing, went to the back, and he's slowly but surely worked his way back up to the front.
Another thing,
with a wingman. Ryan Preece has been with him the whole way.
Absolutely.
Yes. Another thing that you can do coming on the pit road, Tony, probably dial some brake. If you have some too much rear brake in this thing, after I saw Reddick, here they come, saw Reddick and Briscoe spin out. Man, Chastain was all over the place.
Well, this is why the Hendrick cars all drifted to the back, so they would have an unimpeded entrance to pit road. Josh.
Yeah, let's start with the one of Ross Chastain. He's been happy with his car. The only concern is how that car is going in the draft, needing the car behind him to suck up a little bit more.
Kyle Busch in the 8 as well. They worked a little bit on that car. He was really happy with the balance of it early on. A lot of takers here. You see Alex Bowman on pit road. Kyle Busch, quick stop for him as Chase Elliott makes his way down as well.
Well, they all come off in a pretty tight group. That will be to their advantage getting back up to speed. Let's see who peels off this time with 16 to go in the stage.
Looks like the Toyotas this time.
Mixed bag. Toyotas and Chevys. Regan.
Like the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. has been good all day long. They got the pit stall they wanted, which is the first win, and has not complained about the race car. And Bubba Wallace in the 23 getting back to the front. Everything was all good as soon as he got front. Comment, Jamie.
Denny Hamlin, another Toyota, making his way down to the #1 pit box. Remember, no tires last stop there. Pretty happy with it. Got a little overheated, had to back it down on that last stop. Just fuel only here for Denny Hamlin.
Truex, Austin Dillon, and Wallace lead that group off pit road.
One group left. Bet they come this time. But the Fords should be coming.
It's all the Fords and Ty Dillon. Dillon was
there they are
on the outside in that group and could not get down to pit with the rest of the Chevys, so he has a bunch of new friends. Regan.
Like the 41, Ryan Preece having a great day. His only complaint is he can't get his car to suck up to the car in front of him unless he's got somebody right behind him. And the 4, Kevin Harvick, too squirrely when he's getting pushed right now. Josh?
Well, 10F Eric Almirola led 6 laps so far today. He's been happy with that car. They come down, get a tear up, and just fuel.
That's the story for most of the Fords. Fuel only on this stop, and it looks like the first 7 of them are going to leave together, followed by a group of 5.
Keep an eye on that tracker.
So the 4 cars at the top of the board have not pitted. Remember, I'm going to hang out in back, Brad. Well, that's Keselowski in the lead with Buescher, Yaley, and Herbst. Oh, Joey Logano too fast exiting. That's going to hurt. Josh.
Let's check in the 6 of Brad Keselowski. We heard before he's been content to just ride in the back, not happy with the way that the Fords have been drafting. Led a couple laps, and now he's coming in to pit right now.
The RFK cars in and out. All of these are fuel-only stops, including Riley Herbst. Those 4 Fords lead together. And that will pretty much complete this run of green flag stops.
You got the Chevrolets on the outside, kind of hung out. Obviously, the Toyota guys did a good job finding that track position, managing their pit stop. But I think the Ford guys definitely did a great job and gained a lot of track position with that stop. Pretty cool to have all 3 of those conversations going on there. A lot of things have to go right.
So Martin Truex back to the lead as things, well, I say cycle out. They're still 3 wide all the way through this pack as everybody fights for position with 82 laps to go. All up and down the boulevard, and on top of these campers, they are enjoying the race, the cuisine, the games, and the new leader, Chase Elliott. He's up there battling with Bubba Wallace, Eric Almirola, Martin Truex, and Kevin Harvick. As things sort out after green flag pit stops, we had about 4 straight laps of 4 wide racing. And now it's settled down, if you will, to just 3 abreast.
I am super impressed with Chase Elliott. Allen on that box, man, out of strategy. They keep putting that car in the front when it matters into these stages. Pretty impressive.
Chase Elliott, biggest mover on that cycle. Today is Alan Gustafson's 650th NASCAR Cup race atop the pit box.
Also impressive. That's a lot of meetings. That's what that is. A lot of competition meetings all week long. Wait for that big day on Sunday.
When we had those competition meetings, we had to make you speak last in them because you'd find an excuse to get up and you'd never come back.
See that the hood actually, the force, the air, it actually pulls the hood apart from the flaps and even.
Wow, the 3rd lane just completely dissipated. It had dropped back toward the second half of this group, and now it's gone.
Well, somebody's trying it.
The lone soldier out there was Kyle Busch.
And hey, how about Brad Keselowski? Right behind him. Remember, Bubba Wallace, that car was extremely loose with people pushing him. It's going to get tight here at the end. He's going to have his hands full. Whoever pushes him has to be careful with that.
That's McDowell going a lap down on the outside. 4 of the top 10 right now are in that outlier group of long shots. Harrison Burton, Corey LaJoie, Justin Haley, Ryan Preece, all right up there in the mix.
Look how much more smooth
Chase Elliott's car is with the push from Almirola. When Truex gets to Bubba's bumper, that thing is dancing all over the place. Very smooth right here with the 9, Tony.
I think something that we are seeing, though, is you saw the entry to turn 3. They were locked up. As soon as they get to the corner, then you see that separation. That's the second car that's lifting to get away from it a little bit and keep that car stable in front.
Here's Jamie on the leader.
Well, you mentioned it, Alan Gustafson, the crew chief for Chase Elliott, making his 650th start as a crew chief. This man has accomplished a lot, and I talked to him about that this morning and said, what are some of the highlights of your career? He started back as a full-time crew chief in 2005 with the young Kyle Busch. He said getting that first win for Kyle Busch was definitely a highlight. Of course, he went on to win the Brickyard 400 with Jeff Gordon and won the championship in 2020 with Chase Elliott. It's been a long and very successful career, and he's still got it. Obviously, with the strategy already, he's looking to win his second stage today.
Absolutely. Now, Joey Logano has served his penalty, and Logano's in turn 1 now as the start-finish line is where the pack is. With 6 laps to go, Larry thinks they will overtake him and put him a lap down, which would get unwound with the free pass at the end of the stage.
And I agree. I mean, the amount of speed, I mean, time difference here.
Well, he's 178.
10 to 12 miles per hour difference.
Yep.
Tony, 10 to 12 miles per hour.
You can't stay anywhere near that lead pack at that 10, 12 mile an hour difference like that.
Hang on to it, Bubba. I'm telling you, that thing is a handful.
Now, what Joey can't do is let the whole pack go by, because in the middle of that pack is Chase Briscoe, and he would be the free pass car if Logano tacks on at the tail end of the line. There's Briscoe. And the old goat cam, the Mahindra tractor cam, honoring, if you want to call it that, Tony Stewart.
That tells the story of Joey Logano's fret right now when he looks in that rearview mirror.
But he's got to get in line once he gets a bit of this draft. Oh, they're going to go either side of him. He's going to be the hot dog in the bun here.
He was hoping that they would stay with him, but they had way too big of a run to sit there and try to stop and catch him.
The 2-car, Austin Cindric will pick him up, and now he can battle with the 14 for the free pass position.
That was a pretty risky maneuver right there.
Yeah.
Well, but the thing that he didn't do is when they got there, he didn't make a move. He held his line in that center lane, and he made them make a decision whether they were going to slow down to pick him up or make that big move to the outside.
Well, I saw him move up from the bottom, and I thought he was just going to give him the bottom, the whole thing like McDowell's been doing, and all of a sudden he stayed right in the middle. I think everybody else thought the same thing.
And isn't that what you'd ask of a car that's about to be lapped? Hold your line?
Yeah, but normally you would want them to be all the way down or all the way up. Joey wasn't trying to mess anybody up. He's just trying to do exactly what he's got to do and trying to hold that position. He doesn't want to be in the middle line.
You said it. He's not normal.
That's true. But he's smart. I mean, he understands the scenario. He knows he's racing that 14 car now.
It was a great move.
Absolutely. I mean, he didn't do anything that put anybody in jeopardy. He just made those guys, and Bubba in particular, being the leader of that line, make the decision.
And what worked out for him was Austin Cindric pulled right to his bumper and stayed there. And that's why at the moment, Logano's in the free pass position and Briscoe is on the inside 3 or 4 cars further back. Stage 2.
I think Truex is being very patient with his pushes of Bubba, but I just don't think I think he's capable of pushing harder. I think he's afraid to turn him around, which is very valid.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's...
Well, the back end of Bubba's car's got his dancing shoes on. It's been left, right, all kinds of, every which way but loose. Or every which loose but, and you know.
And it really doesn't matter who's behind him. You know, you can't just pinpoint that on the Toyotas. And the one thing I do like about the Toyotas, there's 3 in a row. Now we've got Denny Hamlin hooked up with, here comes another tandem scenario. Boy, and that 10 car is good at this.
Well, Chase Elliott is trying to do what, it surprises me to learn, no one has ever done here. Nobody has ever swept the first 2 stages of a race at Talladega in the Cup Series.
He's got a great pusher, great help behind him.
Big Boss looks a little bit more nervous than we saw him earlier.
Now Logano's in the pack, and he is right at race leader speed. Still fighting for the free pass position. He and Chase Briscoe and BJ McLeod all 1 lap down.
Tell the fans, if you really want to understand what drafting is like, when you're on the interstate sometime and you don't have a lot of traffic around, you roll your window down, take your hand, make it flat, sit it right behind the mirror, and it'll suck your hand to the glass of the mirror. You stick it above that in the clean air, and it tries to pull your arm back, and that will show you why that 10, 12-mile-an-hour difference was so incredible when he was by himself.
Here it comes. Here comes a move by Almirola. Might be perfect time. Awesome. How about that?
Eric Almirola trying to spoil stage 2 for Chase Elliott.
He did.
And Bubba Wallace. And does.
Perfect time. Textbook.
Stage win for Eric Almirola, Stuart Haas, and Ford. It's his first stage win since 2020.
Here and now is when it matters most.
Heavy damage.
Not last month or last week or 48 laps ago when that bumper fell off.
He's done.
Here is where it must be left on the track. The anger, the hunger, the passion, and the drive to do whatever it takes to make it across that finish line first.
Blow those rear tires off that side.
Now is when the future is written. In the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
Back here in the Race Day studios, Eric Almirola with that incredible move at the last second to win stage 2. Take it away from Chase Elliott, who won stage 1. As we get you set to start the 3rd and final stage, let's take a look at some of the highlights from the race so far. Jamie, what we got?
Yeah, early on you see lap 2, Michael McDowell has a tire go down. He ended up having some suspension issues as well. Really lucky in this wreck, Shannon, that nobody else was involved in a single car wreck right there.
Yeah, we saw some issues getting on pit road very early in this race.
Oh, yeah, and this is some of the first pit stops we saw. You see Tyler Reddick right there. Pretty big damage on that inside wall. And then just a couple of laps later, Chase Briscoe has the same thing. He actually gets stuck on pit road, blows a right front tire out, and is not able to get going. But didn't slow Chase Elliott down. He went on to win stage 1.
He did. Tony Stewart on the side of that car went for a little ride on pit road.
In a row.
Yeah, in a row.
Yeah, and then Joey Logano right here has been fast on the track, but also speeding on the exit of pit road. We saw him make that really aggressive move to stay on the lead lap at the end of stage 2.
Yeah, he did. And Eric Almirola, as I mentioned, with this move right here to win stage 2. And Mike, we know this is when business starts to pick up, so we'll see how it goes out there in Talladega. Take it away.
Absolutely. Thanks, Shannon. Yeah, Joey's move to be in the free pass position was going to be our pod's big move of the race. And then on the last lap of the stage, everything changed. There's Joey, so he gets the free pass. He is back on the lead lap, one of 35 lead lap cars when we restart. And here's what it looked like from Joey's point of view, getting swarmed on both sides.
Yeah, and it's not a good look, but at the same time, he's just trying to find a way to get in line as quick as he can to try to stay ahead of that 14 car. Knows the stage is going to end once that free pass.
So the pits are open at the end of stage 2. Scheduled stops here. Let's join Regan Smith.
Mike, we saw Bubba Wallace dancing around there off the front bumper of the 19 car, but not a comment about that from the driver. All he told the team was, let's just keep it up front as best we can. And Kevin Harvick in the 4 car. That car was squirrely earlier when he was getting a push. It was not this run. He was better this run. Very complimentary of the move his teammate made to win that stage. Josh?
Eric Almirola in the 10 car show. He's got a very strong car. A crew member going over the wall and just fell down, but they're getting 4 tires. They had a lot of fuel there, Jamie.
Chase Elliott said he saw Eric Almirola's move coming, but it wasn't worth it to wreck in order to block him. A 4-tire stop for him had a small vibration there as well.
First off pit road will be Almirola, just ahead of Denny Hamlin. How about we dial up our stage 2 winner?
He's your driver, buddy. Have at it.
Eric, it's your boss up in the booth. You got us, bud?
Yes, sir. I got you.
Hey, man, great move to win stage 2 there. What do you think you got for the rest of the day here?
We have a really fast Smithfield Ford Mustang. It's just about positioning yourself. You got to be so smart. The race now is so track position dependent. It's not like the old days where you could kind of lay back and knife your way through the field when you wanted to. If you had a good enough car, you have to maintain your position. You got to be really smart on how you execute the green flag stops and all that stuff. So got a lot of work to do here in this final stage, but sure helps when Drew and the boys bring us a really fast Smithfield Ford Mustang. So we'll see if we can finish it off here, keep our track position, do all the little things right.
Well, you're doing them right so far, bud. Proud of you. Stick with it, man. Try to bring this thing home for us today.
10-4. Maybe you can come visit us later and get your picture taken with us.
Sounds good.
All right, 6 cars stayed out and did not pit. We'll detail those when we come back.
Can't wait for the sun to go down.
NASCAR on Fox is sponsored by Toyota. Let's go places. And by the Credit One Bank NASCAR American Express card. Finishing up the caution flag at the end of stage number 2. Now, drivers that stayed out included 3 of the Hendrick cars, Byron, Bowman, and Larson, along with Keselowski and Austin Hill in the Beard Motorsports car. They all stayed out. They all just pitted the last time around while pit road was relatively uncluttered. And we'll kind of start out back among the 35 cars that are on the lead lap. Eric Almirola is the race leader, and he is going to be our big move sponsored by Pods of the day. What he did on the last lap to win that stage, watch the 10 car.
Gets a nice run, push from the 4 car, just pulls up, pulls right out.
Textbook. And old Chase knew it. He was a sitting duck, knew they were coming, didn't want to pull up and make that block. You will at the end of the race. He will have to make that block. I don't know where he picked it, but whatever that spot was, put that baby in the bank. It was exactly how you do it.
Yes.
Perfect timing.
So that's your big move sponsored by Pods. And after the stage ended, here's what Chase had to say.
I mean, I knew it was coming, bud, but it ain't worth wrecking right here.
No, he did the right thing. Great job. You got to keep that bottom. Did everything right there.
And that's just a veteran move. I mean, that's a smart race car driver, knows risk versus reward. Still got 9 points. The only thing he lost there, 1 point. That was it. So did the right thing. I agree. Like Clint said, at the end of the race, then you got to be more aggressive. But right now is not that time.
There are the stage points earned today. And how about that red and white Ford right there? Harrison Burton for the Wood Brothers has been up here in the top 10 quietly for the latter half of stage number 2. And we'll restart 5th.
So, again, taking advantage of a, untimely pit stop. That 9 bunch did a great job. Talking to him in the pre-race, he wasn't really thinking stage points for today. And here he is, nailed 2 of them spot on.
So actually, Burton will restart 3rd behind Bubba Wallace. On the choose, Eric Almirola will lead them to green.
You mentioned Harrison Burton. There he is. Up front, track position, Noah Gragson in tow. Same exact situation with both of those guys. Let's see what they can do. There's a big block by Bubba. Moving up.
How do you manage both lanes at once here?
Listen to that spotter.
That's right.
Together, 1 off you, 10.
Burton to the lead. With Noah Gragson.
And like Clint mentioned early in the show, you have to have that trust and confidence in your spotter. When he says go, you have to go now, and you have to have that confidence that he's making the right decision. And that takes time to build that relationship and that trust. It doesn't just happen because the first time the guy says, hey, get the bottom. You don't just do it. You don't trust it right off the bat. It takes a little time to build that rapport.
Truex 3rd on the inside. Looking back from Gragson, behind him is Blaney.
And I think, obviously, things are going to start ratcheting up. You know, you're not seeing a lot of movement. You're not seeing a lot of aggression by anybody pushing or blocking. All that'll pick up. The only thing you have seen a lot of and heard a lot of is these drivers talking about how hard track position is to come by. That being said, the aggression is going to pick up to try to guard it.
Well, I think the real race starts right now because they all know how hard it's been, and they know they can't wait to the end because how hard it is to pass. You've got to start right now.
Let's check for Jamie on the new leader.
Harrison Burton leading his first ever laps here at Talladega, making just his 47th career start. And he came on the radio there before that last caution and said he felt pretty good. They put 4 tires on it, and Brian Wilson, his crew chief, said, that's the last time we're taking 4. We've got a good piece here. Keep it up there.
A couple drivers got phone calls today, one from Jim France and one from Mike Helton. They thought they were in big trouble. No, they were being named to NASCAR's 75 greatest drivers list. Another one unveiled this weekend when Harrison Burton announced on his in-car radio over the pace laps that his dad Jeff has been named one of NASCAR's 75 greatest. The drivers who thought they were in trouble, I think, were Denny Hamlin and Chase Elliott.
I'll be honest, I would have thought the same thing. Normally when I got that call, I was in trouble. That's a pretty cool honor. Jeff Burton, we all called him the mayor, and we did for a reason, because Jeff was very good at teaching everybody respect and etiquette in this sport. Jeff was a guy that I really enjoyed and respected in this sport.
Well, Kyle Larson drove his way to Ruoff Mortgage Victory Lane last weekend in Martinsville. Who's going to make it there today in Talladega? We still have 35 drivers on the lead lap. And in the lead draft, separated by just 2.1 seconds from first to 35th. Jamie.
Update on Kyle Larson and those 3 Hendrick cars that decided to pit a lap later than the rest of the field. I talked to Cliff Daniels, the crew chief for Kyle, and said, what was the advantage there? He said, well, we were running 28th. We may as well stay out an extra lap, have an extra lap of fuel for the end. He said, you wouldn't do that if you're running top 5, but it's a good move for us.
Cliff Daniels.
One smart dude. Very calculated with every move. I think a lot of that guy.
58 laps to go, and 2 of those Penske prepared Fords on point. Ryan Blaney and Harrison Burton. The last 6 races at Talladega, 6 different drivers have found their way to victory lane. I think the first 14 Talladega 500s had different winners. That was the fall race here, or July race here, for many, many years. 14 years without a repeat winner. As this track favors dark horses and long shots.
You certainly have one right down the inside. Harrison Burton doing a great job leading this field. Logging them laps. Memories, yeah, that memory bank that we talked about. Gonna have to make some of these blocks. Make sure that if you make a mistake, note it.
35 cars on the lead lap, 35 drivers hard at work. A dozen drivers have gotten their first ever Cup win here at Talladega, and for more than half of those, it was their only win in the NASCAR Cup Series. Could this be a Burton family weekend? Harrison's cousin Jeb went to victory yesterday in the Xfinity Series race, and that was a wild one.
Well, don't forget his car owners too, the Wood brothers. I mean, such a great history and legacy in this sport. It's not uncommon to see that 21 car up front.
That'd be a big win. There's Mom, Kim Burton. How she's handled all these races over the years. She is one nervous woman. I remember having...
I want to see a heart monitor on her. I guarantee it's higher than the drivers are right now.
having Jeff Burton as my teammate all them years. It was almost, but we all kind of rubbed on her a little bit. It was so fun to see how nervous her is. And that was with her husband. Now that it's her baby in that car, it's through the roof.
But she's just as passionate about winning races as her husband and her son are about winning races. I mean, she's very competitive. She's big in horse riding, horse shows. I mean, she's a competitive person too. I wouldn't want her in a race car. She'd be pretty good.
Driver's eye camera being worn by Martin Truex this weekend. Thanks to Bass Pro Shops for that. Regan with an update.
Well, Mike, the 19 of Martin Truex has been very quiet all day long, but under that last caution, talking to his team, he explained to them the cars that he could work better with. It was not his Toyota teammates. It was actually the Fords. He commented on how aggressive he could be with the Fords, how much he could push them. Keep an eye on that as this race plays out. I know you look for teammates when you can, but you also want to look for whoever's the best car you can work with.
That is interesting and such a valid thing. I was just saying about that memory bank, learn what you can out there, because it's going to get, busy at the end of this race, and you're going to be pushing who knows who. You talked about audibles in a pre-race. I heard you say that, Tony. You may not get to the end of this thing with the car that you want, but you need to be able to strategize and get with the next best thing. And who is that going to be? You just heard one of them.
Next Sunday, the NASCAR Cup Series continues at Dover, where the best drivers in America try to take on the Monster Mile. Pre-race coverage begins at 1 Eastern, then the Worth 400 at 2. Catch it all next Sunday on FS1. Joining us, Hall of Famer Rusty Wallace.
How about that? Be cool to get him in the booth, and always very entertaining, always very opinionated. I want standing next to me, I'm none of those things. Not opinionated at all.
We might finally have somebody in the booth that talks as much or more than you.
Tony, where are you going to be next weekend? I might join you.
I'll be at Charlotte at the 4-wide Nationals in the drag car again.
No chance of that. I got to go somewhere they turn left and right.
But
love drag racing.
We turn left at the end of the shutdown area.
And not until, let's hope. And that'll be a big event.
Pretty neat you was able to accomplish that. Grew up a drag race, and remember them coming to the Heartland Park, and as a fan of that, you've switched gears there, Tony, and for you to get in that thing and win so early, unbelievable.
What I think
is, do behind the wheel.
Here's the coolest thing. How many tracks are there at Las Vegas in that whole complex? And how many have you won at?
All of them.
Right.
Four of them.
It's amazing.
Now, it's a lot of fun. I still love what I do in NASCAR, but to drive this alcohol dragster with the McPhillips family, there's just a different skill set and things that you have to think about that you don't think about driving at Talladega here today. And to be able to finish that off with my wife Leah there with the team, just an amazing day for us.
And you won by how much? How little?
0.3 of a second. So that's 0.0003. It's our margin of victory.
Amazing. And it's just the talent, and the next generation. I've always said Kyle Larson. He reminds me of you. He can get in any dirt car, be competitive. Won in a modified the other night. Was racing across the street at Talladega just last night. I always said, with the size of him, I might enter him in a Kentucky Derby. Let's see how he does.
I guarantee he's got a shot to win that too. Kyle's just one of those. Of my whole career, he is the best that I have ever seen in my career. He's just a plug-and-play kid that all he knows how to do is go fast and get 100% every lap out of every race car that he drives.
Kyle Larson right now 20th in this pack, but only 1 second off of the lead. Noah Gragson has fought his way up to 3rd place, Jamie.
Doing a really nice job for the 24-year-old from Las Vegas. Noah Gragson, 3rd time here to Talladega, 3rd different team he's driven for. Of course, he's with Legacy Motor Club now, and Jimmy Johnson's one of his bosses, but this is his thing. Super Speedway races. He won here in Xfinity last year. He knows how to get it done. Perhaps today could be the 42.
And he turns Burton. Burton slides down to the bottom of the racetrack and keeps it down on the apron.
Right in front of the field. Austin Dillon spun around as well. Check it. Oh, heavy damage on that car. I think that was Todd Gilliland.
At least 3 cars involved. And Austin Dillon may have gotten the worst of it. Gregson had been drafting Burton for the last 8 or 10 laps. and apparently gave him just one shove too many.
I think that toe link's broke right there, bent at least.
But when we see this replay, we're going to see how good a job Harrison Burton did of saving that car. I mean, that thing had 18 opportunities to be totally backwards, upside down, you name it. And you watch, he does a great job of getting this thing gathered in.
He's got a draft, probably one bump too many, a little bit on the right side, right as he's entering that corner, getting into 3. Maybe came around on him. Like you said, though, phenomenal job. Now you see everybody checking up back here. You start checking up, the first thing you do is look in that mirror and make sure you're not going to get run over. Unfortunately, that's what happened for Austin Dillon.
Caution out for the 5th time today at Talladega as Noah Gragson inadvertently turns Harrison Burton. Under caution for the 5th time today in the Geico 500 from Talladega on Fox. There is the contact between two drivers that have a history. Harrison Burton and Noah Gragson got into a fight at Kentucky after the Xfinity Series race there in 2020. You saw Zane Smith checking up, getting hit by Joey Logano. That sent Smith up into Austin Dillon, and then Austin Hill comes in. Further damage. So at least 5 cars involved here.
I hear you, MJ. The baby just came around on him. That's what he's saying. You know, you said that about a fight. I'm not going to put that on Noah. I think that was just, you know, trying to progress. It's something that he'd been doing, Tony, for several laps. Unfortunately, that time it just came around for Harrison.
No, but they do have a history. Regan.
Like Gurjit Budibarker told Bubba Wallace, 4.5 seconds of fuel is all we need. Once you get going, save every ounce you can. Josh?
Eric Almirola had a car strong enough to win here in 2018. They feel like they got something strong enough to do it again. Just fuel for the 10 car, Jamie.
Same thing for Noah Gragson in the 42. No mention of what happened in the contact afterwards. 12 of Blaney, fuel only for him. He's led 6 laps so far today.
And here's your race off pit road, sponsored by Ram. Ryan Blaney out front. So at least 5 cars caught up in this. Not intentional. An inadvertent push from Noah Gragson turns Harrison Burton, and others pile in. Now, as we go through,
just right. We were kind of set a stage together. It was kind of penalty. No idea why we spun this.
When I watched this replay, I thought that I saw that. Now we're going to listen to Noah Gragson, the other side of this.
I think I got him right where that bump was. It's all good. Is what it is. No problem. Focus forward. He's all right. That's forward.
Well, what that bump is they put a tunnel in a couple years ago and had to repave this. And the tunnel repave is right here. You can see this area right here. Watch this line right here. When he gets to this, the car bounces right as Noah gets to him. Bounces, unloads, away she goes. Unfortunate for Harrison. Doing a great job, nothing he could do. The good news is that car's not tore up.
That was a great save to keep that car from sliding back up the racetrack into traffic.
Unbelievable save. I mean, with the rack and pinion steering that they have now, it is a lot harder to catch these cars than it used to be when it had a steering box in it. And he just does a great job. He doesn't panic, doesn't overreact.
Stayed in the fuel pretty good.
Yeah, doesn't lock the brakes up and upset the car. He just kind of went with it. And
the biggest thing is he didn't go up the racetrack.
Yeah.
He stayed in the fuel, kept that thing spinning, kept turning left. You know, that's the last thing you want to do. You junk your car if you overcorrect and get up in front of everybody. There's no question you'll be out of the race. Did a good job saving it.
Now, of the drivers involved, Austin Dillon out of race. Zane Smith checked and released at the Care Center. USFL action continues tonight on FS1. The Michigan Panthers take on the Philadelphia Stars, and it all kicks off at 7 Eastern on FS1. Chase Briscoe will get the free pass on this, the 5th caution flag of the day. So he will be back on the lead lap. 34 lead lap cars. Zane Smith and Austin Dillon, the only 2 cars out of the race with 42 to go. Larry, 42 to go. That sounds an awful lot like the edge of the pit window, doesn't it?
I mean, it's right there on it. It couldn't be any closer, Mike. We had a number of cars that just came back to pit road, and we got the one to go, like Joey Logano, like Eric Jones, Brad Keselowski, Chris Buescher. They topped off, making sure it's completely full. I feel good about them being able to make it to the end, but you heard them talking. Jamie Little and Regan Smith reported it, and Josh Sims. Save, save, save the minute they were leaving their pit box.
Well, 4 of the Toyotas have found their way to the front of the pack, and 3 of them will line up together on the outside against 2 Fords and a Chevrolet on the inside lane after the choose.
Well, if I'm close on fuel, I probably don't want to be leading. You know, this is the one time as a race car driver you're going to want to be, you know, second lane, third row. Might not be a bad option right now. I can save you quite a bit of gas running around there, you know, somewhere to 70 to 50% throttle.
Mustang pace car on pit road. And here we go. It'll be 41 to go as they take the restart green.
Green.
Denny Hamlin.
Inside of you, sir. Locked inside of you. Half back to your no.
That's Chris Lambert, Denny Hamlin's spotter.
Good, half the mark. 1 to mark. They are separated. 9 cars behind the 19. 19's on you. They're closing behind Martin. Wide open in front of Bubba. 19's with you tight.
Something we saw earlier today, you look where those louvers are. You talk about the negative pressure on the hoods. You see that separation. I mean, it is picking that hood up a solid inch gap.
Tells you how much air is moving off of those cars in front of you. It's literally trying to suck the hood off of it.
That is a huge gap. I mean, that's flush, and you'll see it get flush here in a second. But to sit there and have that much vacuum to pull that hood up like that's incredible.
They also have little magnets that go around those louvers to help keep that hood down. That's why that hood, you know, it'll pull up like that, but it'll also go right back into place because of that.
Well, when you're flying home after the race today, your plane will lift off the runway at a speed about 30 to 40 miles an hour slower than these cars are going right now.
I hope mine does.
I gave away all my money, so I can't afford that fuel right now, Tony. That's how much I love my people.
You drank away that money. You didn't give it away.
No, Fox Bet Super 6, I gave it away. $25,000.
7 players are still alive in today's Fox Bet Super 6 contest to win $25,000 at Flex Cash.
Come on, guys. I hope you get it. Get this kid's money.
Hey! I hope I'm one of those 7.
That's a lot of bus fuel.
Starting to see this third row. How about it?
They are formed, but is there any energy back there behind Eric Jones?
Same exact one, Eric Jones. Same exact one that formed that line last time. Drove it all the way to the front, which is the reason Bubba Wallace is there to begin with. Bubba moved up right in front of Eric, stalled his line out, but it did what it needed to do for Bubba, put him right in the lead.
I like that Eric has at least taken the chance. You can't go forward following him, so make an attempt, and he was successful for a while.
He's got a good group. He's got William Byron behind him. He's got Suarez behind him. Those are good hot rods.
William Byron was one of those that took 4 tires on that last pit stop. Now, tires haven't made a huge difference here, but we'll see.
You know, huge shot. That would be Priest in front of him, moved up, made that line. Now the middle's stacking up. See, they checked up. Now here he comes. This, just like last time, the middle stacked up and that outside line came and it pushed whoever was leading it all the way to the front, and that was Bubba Wallace.
This is where you make up or lose positions now. I mean, you get these stack ups like this and get the lines alternating. That's when you can start making some big moves.
How about Ty Gibbs? Haven't talked about him much.
found his way to the front of that middle line.
Yeah, he jumped up to what was the outside line, now the middle.
Starting to see some moving, some shaking and baking. 37 to go. It's go time, Tony.
He is becoming
11, 19, in line with you.
The Iceman. I know he's a rookie, but you listen to his interviews, listen to him on the radio. Very calm, a very calm demeanor, not a lot of emotion shown, plus or minus. It's, I'm here to do my job, I'm going to do it the best I can. Let me go do it.
I'm not sold it's the same kid. There ain't no way it's the same kid who's running that Xfinity race. Last year, he was the man to watch in that Xfinity. He was all over the place, a wild one. He's found his home in this Cup Series, and his demeanor's very calm.
He won the championship there last year and moved on. Now the leading rookie in the Cup Series. 36 laps to go. Let's take you side by side.
It was me the whole time.
Well done, ma'am.
What did I do exactly?
With Snapshot from Progressive, you get a personalized discount for doing exactly what you're already doing, being a safe driver.
Congratulations.
This is a bowling trophy.
Yeah, it's the biggest one they had.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, and the good one.
Being a NASCAR fan just got even more rewarding with the free Fan Rewards loyalty program. Earn reward points and redeem them for merchandise, tickets, VIP experiences, and so much more. Earn points from the track or at home. Check in on your phone, complete your profile, or play fantasy racing to score your first points. Join and start earning today. Visit NASCAR.com/rewards to learn more now.
Great seats, am I right? You got this, Carlos!
Thanks, Advance.
Like Advance.
I'm the #1 fan of Advance Auto Parts, and I am here for the free battery tests. Yes! 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 And free die-hard battery installations. Let's go! Or when they put on new wiper blades in the rain!
I see we have a new fan.
Yeah, but I'm still #1 though, right? No, seriously, I'm still #1?
Still #1.
You think it'll ever stop raining?
This is how we advance. These three masked singers were given a second chance. In Fox Wednesday, they must prove they belong.
She's killing it! They are fighting for it.
I feel the tension. Only one can join the champions in the quarterfinals.
The votes have been counted. I can't watch. I'm actually speechless.
The Masked Singer, all new Wednesday on Fox.
Craftsman is back. And to celebrate our return to the NASCAR Truck Series, we're offering racing fans different Craftsman deals throughout the season. Because teams can count on Craftsman tools to get the job done. And now you can too. When you take advantage of the Craftsman deal of the race, you'll save on the tools that'll help you power through your projects. And this deal, well, it's going fast. So scan the QR code now to get the current deal of the race. The deal of the race brought to you by Craftsman.
I'm Peter Davidson, because before 11 a.m., I like to keep it toned down and simple, just like Taco Bell breakfast, with fluffy eggs, sausage, and a crispy hash brown. Isn't that right, co-host Rhonda?
Are we on TV right now?
I don't know.
We remember the men and women who serve this country and all they do to keep us safe and free.
33 laps to go. What a race we're seeing at Talladega. Ryan Blaney in a Ford on the bottom. Ryan Preece in a Ford on the top. And 4 Toyotas lined up nose to tail in the middle, led by Ty Gibbs.
Very impressive with that outside line. Obviously, you see Ty Gibbs moving to the Ford. But Eric Jones, the combination of Eric Jones, William Byron Suarez have been pushing that 41 oh so close to the inside. What's cool about this is I think Preece probably wants to get up. If he can get up to the front one more time, get clear, he's going to move down and find them Fords on the bottom. But those 4 Toyotas in the middle, that's a strong package.
There's the Hunt Brothers Pizza Cam showing you the push from Eric Jones. Preece had one opportunity, as you saw in our side-by-side coverage, where he could have dropped down in front of Ty Gibbs. Chose not to. Chose to stay with that line that brought him to the front up top.
Well, I don't think that's the line I'm talking about. If I'm Preece, I want to get with my Fords on the bottom all the way down. That's not an option. First of all, I got to get back to that scenario again, but I think he can off the bumper of Eric Jones. That car is extremely fast.
That top line lost a little energy there, but it's starting to build back up. It's starting to get some of that momentum back. It's just weird how easy. It doesn't take much, it seems like, to stall that top line out.
Strong combination on the bottom right here. Blaney and Almirola. That Almirola is a really good plate racer. He talked about being smart. Smart, I like where he's at. He's learning about this tandem deal, getting better at that. But he's running in a line on that bottom where you have an out. I've always said on these super speedways, if you need to ride on the bottom, and if you want to get up there and make moves, you make them on the outside.
They're going to be in trouble on that bottom, though. Those two got away from the pack. I'm not so sure that middle lane's not going to have a run here.
You talked about energy. For whatever reason, the same energy that built that outside line drove it clear to the front, matching the front row. It just dies out. It's like it lives for 2 or 3 laps and it's gone.
Now you saw on the throttle trace there, Blaney easing the throttle to back up to Almirola so they don't lose touch with each other. Blaney knows how to win here. He's been to victory lane twice.
Well, he's also probably trying to save a little bit of fuel. He's the only one in a scenario where he has to go wide open. But when you do that, look what you're doing. You're slowing your line down, and look who's not doing that. They're wide open. Gibbs and Bubba Wallace definitely wide open, pushing like that. That's pretty heads-up driving by Blaney. You can actually do that in the lead. You don't have to hold it wide open, but you will slow that line down, and then that creates a lot of accordion, if you will, and bouncing back and forth, and ultimately ruins the success of the line.
But boy, does it take discipline to do that. I mean, to know that you want to stay in that lead, you want to make sure you stay as far in front of that middle and outside line as you can, to sit there and have the discipline to just roll out enough to save a little. That's impressive.
You know, with the new EFI, back in the day, we had to drag our brake, which literally, holding your foot on the brake and drag your brake, because they didn't want you to ride part throttle. It would burn a valve. With the EFI data and all the things that you don't have to worry about that now, so they can lift because it adjusts the fuel rate, appropriately.
Larry, what are you seeing in the throttle traces?
Well, what I'm seeing, Ty Gibbs in that 54, wide open all the way around this racetrack. Ryan Blaney in the 12, not wide open at all. More about like 70 to 80%.
So I'd say Ryan's probably just kind of managing, without having to move around, he's managing those lines. He knows he's probably faster leading on the bottom, but he needs to save fuel to make sure he gets himself to the end, and if he can do that without sacrificing that top lane going by, he's doing a great job.
Hard to think of a Talladega race as an economy run, but if we stay green, it could become just that. 28 laps to go at the fastest speedway on earth. Ryan Blaney, Eric Almirola out front.
Welcome to the team.
Who wants to race?
I like this team.
Be part of something greater. Toyota. Let's go places.
I need to try it first.
We're reinventing our network
With smarter, more efficient routes. So you can deliver more value to your customers.
Fast, reliable, perfectly orchestrated. The United States Postal Service.
Verizon Frontline is the advanced network for first responders on the front lines. Built to prioritize first responders. Built for extreme conditions. Built for the most reliable 5G network in America. Verizon is the #1 network choice in public safety. Because when seconds count and lives are on the line, the people we rely on need technology they can rely on. From the network America relies on.
This week on Fox Saturday Baseball.
On this level, NL East rivals square off in a star-studded showdown as Ronald Acuna Jr. and the Braves battle Francisco Lindor, Pete Alonso, and the Mets. Or Dansby Swanson leads the Cubs against Jazz Chisholm Jr. and the Marlins. It all starts at 4 Eastern on Fox Saturday Baseball. Get on this level.
This is Sonoma. This is what the drivers will see. And this is what you'll see. Get your tickets now at SonomaRaceway.com.
USAA? Yeah, they have awesome rates on coverage for our car, home, and stuff. But they also have banking, plus advice, and other perks. So we know she's all set. Because we've got USAA.
USAA, for the military community and their families.
Okay, cut it.
Ray Magliozzi here. When you need parts, eBay Motors ensures a guaranteed fit. Let's see, you'll need headlights and a bumper. At least you can skip the car wash. Just go to eBay Motors. The check means a guaranteed fit. Let's ride.
Ryan Blaney leading the Geico 500 with 24 laps to go at Talladega. Here's your aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, powering every mile and every moment on NASCAR's road to victory. Goodyear, more driven. Ricky Stenhouse has made a third lane way up on the high side. And they are formed up and trying to gain a little ground here with Corey LaJoie. He's got help from Justin Haley. Joey Logano is up there trying to work their way back to the front. Rush hour.
Yeah, and Ricky's pretty good at knowing how to side draft. The hard part is when there's a car tucked in with the guy that you're trying to side draft. If there's a car behind that car, it makes it hard. It will actually pull you back instead of you pulling the car in front back.
Look how the race shook up, though. We were talking about Priest just, 5 laps ago? Literally going for the lead on the outside off the back bumper of Eric Jones. They lost that, deteriorated. He went clear back to mid-pack in the middle. It was Eric Jones was the same way, and then it was also, who am I trying to think of? The 99 car, I will just say that. Daniel Suarez was the other one, and I just saw him. We were talking about this before the race. Strategies. All right, when's the right time, and when is the juice worth the squeeze? Suarez bailed all the way out of the thing, and you see him just riding in the pack in case the big one happens.
Yeah, he is 30th right now in that purple car.
Yeah, you literally have a decision at this point of you have to do everything you can to get yourself forward, or you got to be in defense mode.
Absolutely.
But there's absolutely nothing in between right now. You're either on one or the other.
33 cars in the lead draft, separated by just 1¼ seconds.
And if you're Ryan Priest, you're thinking to yourself, man, what did I do wrong there? We were talking about it. Didn't necessarily do anything wrong. It's just the movement of the race. Tony, you told me in the pre-race, you know, you have to be able to call audibles because things change. There's an audible, put that one in the book. Don't make that mistake again. But you're probably going to have to, if you're going to pass and get the track position back, more than likely, somehow you're going to have to make that outside work like Stenhouse is trying to take advantage of now.
In these 33 cars, I can't point to one that I don't think could win this race.
Well, you're going to, if the big one happens, where's it going to happen from? We've talked about Bubba Wallace's car. There's a rookie right in front of him. Those cars are very loose, light on their feet underneath of them. If that wreck comes there, all these boys back there with this track position problem, it's going to land right in their lap. There's a big shot. Ty Gibbs, exactly what I'm talking about.
It happened yesterday in the Xfinity race. Daniel Hemrick was leading. He came down through a late block. It was too late, and he spun, and half the field was wadded up.
Look how much momentum because of that. How it slowed the momentum of that center line down enough for Ricky and that third line to get some momentum.
Yeah, that's a great point, Tony. A big slam like that, a big bump draft, it's not efficient. It slows everything down. It gets that jumble going on, and then here comes the outside line with a lot of momentum. That's the opportunity that Ricky Stenhouse and LaJoie there are looking for.
You're trying to match the speeds together. Like you say, the big run, the problem is the car that hits it, it slows that car down, pushes the other car forward. You need those cars to be very, very similar in speed to average out and keep pushing.
Exactly like Almirola is doing. He is doing a great job of matching those speeds and keeping that efficiency on that bottom line.
20 to go, and this is still anybody's race.
Watch the 11 get to the 23 here. 23 slowly. I think he did a better job of managing that. It's the gap in Chase Elliott and Truex now. Now watch, as soon as those get together, start bumping, that bump draft, the tandem off of LaJoie will start coming to the front and using that opportunity.
Ricky was able to pull the 9 at Chase Elliott back a little bit and get that pull from him. It pulled the 9 back, but also slowed that line down because of it.
Ryan Blaney had led only 22 laps this season. His last win came on one of these super speedways. He's been out front for more than 25 today. The only driver to lead as many laps or more, Bubba Wallace.
Ricky's doing a good job of getting a hold of some side draft action, slowing that group down on the inside of him and giving the opportunity to the cars behind him, LaJoie, to give him a better push.
And Corey LaJoie in the 7. He's come within 1 lap of winning one of these super speedway races.
And then you just saw Daniel Suarez actually got up to that outside line, clear to tail end of that, just like I was talking about. Well, he moved back down now. It's getting desperate. 18 to go. Desperation sets in. That's exactly how this thing, the pressure cooker sets up. A little bit too close on side draft, and that almost got Truex into his left rear and turned him around.
And that's exactly how the big one starts. Doesn't have to be contact of 2 guys side by side, but the 3rd guy can get that thing disrupted.
How about that? He actually got in front of Gibbs there on the inside in the middle row. Talking about Stenhouse.
Now something happened in that middle row, and boy, they have lost touch with the leaders.
He didn't give up on him. He didn't give up on his partner there, LaJoie. He had the clear down. Could have went down in front of Gibbs and elected not to do it.
But I think what slowed that middle lane down was when we saw Ricky side draft in the 9 car. When he was able to slow Chase Elliott down, that pulled that whole group back to him.
It's kind of like a chain is how I describe it. You want to keep slack out of the chain. Keep the links tight, and that's where you're going to find your speed and efficiency.
That is probably the best way I've ever heard anybody describe it. But that's exactly right.
Larry, with 17 to go for these drivers running out front full throttle, what is the fuel situation?
Yeah, I mean, it's right there on it, Mike, but I'm also using my fuel predictor, and that bases off what we're seeing with throttle position. And right now, with 17 to go, as long as everybody is full, they should be able to make it to the end.
All right, Jamie?
It's interesting to see Ryan Blaney continue to lead here. I talked to his crew chief, Jonathan Hassler, this morning. He said, we've positioned ourselves a little bit different setup, something that gives us more speed, but we'll lose some of the handling. And as long as it doesn't get so bad, we're going to be okay today. And Ryan really hasn't said much about the handling of that race car. Now, as far as their fuel situation, they are right on their number, they're saying, meaning they're good to go to the end, but not in overtime.
2 Fords at the front. Toyotas in the outside lane. 6 Chevrolets in the top 10. 16 laps to go, and a lot can happen.
I think, again, much like Priest, Ricky's probably thinking to himself about 2 laps ago, man, maybe I should have pulled down there in front of Gibbs when I had an opportunity. Trying to rebuild that momentum on the outside. Get some dancing partners up there. You're going to have more cars than 2 and 3 to get it done.
Well, he's got LaJoie and Jones, but they're not really formed up. And now he loses Jones.
It's all, that top line is just breaking apart right now. I still think at some point somebody's going to try it. They're going to have to. I mean, if you can't ride around in the back half of this pack and be safe and be in a position to get a good finish out of it, you're going to have to regroup. I see that yellow car of Joey Logano about halfway back in that 2nd lane. That's somebody that I would predict that I could see in these last 10 laps that makes a move like that.
Logano rebounding from that speeding penalty, but he's in contention.
Larry, you got some trends for me?
You better believe I've got them, Clint. So I looked at the last 6 spring Talladega races. That's since we've been doing stage racing. The average of the last caution comes with 15 laps to go, about where we're at right now. But of those 6 races, 4 times in the final 5 laps, 3 times we had an overtime finish, but all time at Talladega, 17 overtime finishes. You good with those trends, Clint?
Whoa! Hold on to it. it, Ty Gibbs?
I'd say by what we just saw there, yeah, that's pretty solid.
Well, that would be the big question, is who's going to be around for overtime?
Well, here's the hard part. We're talking about that desperation and stuff like that, trends that you just told me, Larry. But the other side of that is, what if it doesn't happen? I have to go. I can't ride around here thinking if I'm Suarez in the back, I'm not going to just ride around thinking that they're going to wreck, because it did. That exact same thing happened last year. They didn't wreck, and then now I didn't even make an effort. Now you're mad at yourself, beating yourself up on the plane ride home.
That's why we say you got to call audibles. You've got to call what you see, the scenario that you're in the middle of, and run your race according to that. You can't sit there and go, you can't play off of the what-if scenarios.
No, so right about now, there's at least 20 drivers who are all thinking, what do I do right now, or in these next 5 or 8 laps, to put myself in a position to win?
Ty Gibbs is doing a fantastic job on that outside. He's got 3 dancing partners behind him, all allies. He's doing a great job leading that line. It was just, what, 2 laps ago that thing was way back. The bottom line was smoking them. All of a sudden, here they are, door to door again with the inside line.
Well, all those drivers that were in the top lane are now in that second lane, so they've got strength in numbers again.
Built the energy you were talking about.
I don't think that Lambert, this is huge. I don't think the 12 or the 54 can make it. I think everyone else can.
That's interesting. That was Denny Hamlin's radio.
Well, the 54's in front of you, Denny.
And the 12's in front of the other line.
Liking what he sees. I want to see his heart rate.
Exactly.
Yeah, Chris Gabehart's looking at the same data I'm looking at, and Ty Gibbs, to his point, I mentioned earlier, he is not lifting whatsoever, but I still continue to see Blaney playing with the throttle a lot in that 12 car.
I bet you hear a lot of radio chatter, probably telling that boy, hey, pull them reins back on this thoroughbred. I know she'll run, but I need you to save me some fuel.
But now let's look on the inside. Noah Gregson, Kevin Harvick, they have been riding right there these last dozen or so laps behind the duo of Blaney and Almirola. And somewhere there, they've got to be thinking, what do I need to do, and where can I get track position, or where can I get enough track width to be able to dart inside a route and make a move on the leaders?
If you watch the inside line, it has a lot of slack in the chain, just like I was talking about. And I think it is because that 12 car is running around there part throttle. I think it's backing that line up, and it forces them to constantly run over each other, and they keep bouncing back and forth, can't keep the chain tight.
The driver, I think, who is holding the cards is Almirola. He is second on the inside, exactly where he was on the last lap of stage 2, which he won.
And did you see, look at the connectivity on the inside. That thing really got together, and it was because Blaney was wide open all the way down the back straightaway. Here comes Chase. Christopher Bell's wanting that outside line. Third lane's back alive, folks. 10 to go.
You're getting ready to get more takers on that, too.
This is what we all came for. That's why we love this track.
And this is what everybody in that middle lane from about 4th on back was kept looking for, is when's the outside line going to go? Now, where can I fit in?
How about this? Ty Gibbs and company, everybody moved to that outside line, shut that off. That's another great move.
And
great decision.
Denny really initiated that. I mean, the 19 was kind of there, but Denny was the one that kind of pulled all those guys up there. As soon as he moved, the 23 moved. As soon as the 23 went, 54 followed.
Chase Elliott. Chase Elliott with his teammate Bowman has found each other. Keep an eye on that duo.
Elliott made a couple of sharp moves, one to the top and then the next one to get to the middle lane and get position behind Truex.
See all that moving, all the decisions that are made, the crunch time on the outside, all the while Blaney and Almirola, Noah Gregson on the bottom down there, Kevin Harvick, easy peasy, just stay in line, keep doing what you're doing.
Now the outside lane's in trouble because Reddick is leading the outside. His nose is damaged. That's not going to help them advance.
No, that's not what Christopher Bell needs at all. He probably ought to spit him out. You need that car pushing. That's the only thing he can do. Look, it's actually drug. The nose is actually caved in and drug the splitter off of it.
near point about Blaney and Amarola and Gregson, they don't have an option. There isn't anywhere else for those guys to go. The 54 Gibbs, he's got that middle line. If he needs to move up to the top line, if that third line develops again, he has options. Those guys on the bottom, they're stuck. They got all their chips in one pot on that bottom right now.
And because of that, can manage the conversations we're talking about, saving fuel and things like that.
Now, those first four have an option because there isn't, the 54 is not up there yet. But once that 54 car gets to the 12, they don't, that inside line just doesn't have an option. They've got to work with each other to maintain that speed.
Man, I think Eric's sitting exactly where he wants to sit. You know, going back to that stage and the timing aspect of how he did that, that was textbook, and it came from that very position he's in right here. Don't get out too far.
Six laps to go.
How about this? That happened on the third lane. Got Reddick out of the lead. Here they come. LaJoie's up there. The chain's going to get bigger. Joey's thinking about moving up. Joey's probably not in the best scenario with those two teammates in front of him. Here comes momentum. Is he going to take it? No, stays in line.
He definitely was looking at it. I'm surprised he didn't take it.
Corey LaJoie's car kind of stalled out there. They had some momentum down the straightaway, but not so much into the corner in that top lane.
Middle lane's kind of dying out. Just like you talked about, Tony, I think it is that energy. When that third lane starts to build, it takes those cars out of the center line, and the center one really struggles. Now Joey's up. Joey said, forget it. Go. Oh, he's turned.
He is turned. Logano in the wall. LaJoie and Stenhouse bring the caution out for the sixth time.
I saw it. He was thinking about it earlier, decided to go for it. Just like that. Gets turned around, could not hold on to it.
A lot of damage to the Daytona 500 winner Stenhouse.
Now, is this the caution I was needing to save you fuel, Larry?
Right side damage for the Joy.
Does it create more issues or does it save us?
Well, you got to be saving from the minute this caution came out, because again, we very well may go into overtime here, and like Jamie Little reported, a lot of drivers were right on the window, but not for overtime.
Here's Joey, moves up. Sees the run coming. Big run, by the way. As soon as he touches him, man, it didn't take much.
He just needed LaJoie to wait a half a beat longer to get off the transition from the banking down to the backstretch before he made contact there, and they would have been okay.
Looks like Suarez got a little bit of that too, right there. Maybe a lot of it.
Yeah, another 100 feet would totally have changed that scenario right there.
Look at the move, heads up move by Chastain. Reckon behind you, went for it, moved to the outside and gained some positions there before that caution came out. That's heads up racing.
That is a long slide.
Let's go to our Goodyear aerial coverage and watch Logano. Yellow car in the top lane, 22.
This starts with that 36 car right there on his left rear. And as soon as he gets it, it pulls him back, kills that momentum. The 7 car LaJoie gets to him. Can't do anything from there.
Riley Herbst got a piece of that also in the 15.
See how violently hard that wheel ripped to the right as soon as it got in the wall. Another good job of letting go of that thing. These cars having a rack and pinion steering very strong. Break your wrist if you're not careful. You don't want to get your thumbs caught in the spokes either.
6th caution flag of the day for Joey Logano's crash. BJ McLeod will get the free pass. We'll rack them and restart when we come back. Everybody wants to make it to the finish of this one. So repairs underway. There's Corey LaJoie's car on pit road. And you saw Joey Logano's. Harrison Burton has also gone a lap down. And William Byron, along with Daniel Suarez, had some damage in this one as well. Logano exits pit road, and he is being shown 1 lap down. Suarez stays out. Pit road is open, and there are very few takers. Josh?
Here with the crew chief of the 10 car, Drew Blickensderfer. Eric Almirola currently in second. First of all, how you guys feeling about your fuel window and also about your shot to come away with the win at the end of this?
Yeah, I think our fuel's okay. The 12 and us, we were kind of saving fuel that whole time. The guys around us weren't. So we're kind of deciding on what row we pick based on their fuel situation. I think we're okay. We're okay until at least a green-white checker, or maybe 2 of those. Fords are fast, so we're trying to get the Smithfield Ford kind of in with those guys so that we can hopefully, sorry, I'm talking every year here, hopefully we can get with the fastest guys to give us the best shot, and then down the back into turn 3, it's every man for themselves.
Thanks, Drew. Regan?
Well, Kevin Harvick's crew chief Rodney Childers. Rodney, Kevin's 800 start. You guys still don't have that Speedway win together. You're low on fuel. Lots to think about right now. What do you tell your driver as we get to the end here?
Yeah, we're a little closer than what we want to be for sure. But, you know, with being 4th and having a shot at winning this thing on this 800 start, we're going to go for it. And what happens is what happens. But if we get another caution, we're going to have to come put some fuel in it.
Good luck, Rodney. Thanks.
Did you see Drew Blickensderfer's headset? He had 4 different wires to it carrying audio to him, 3 different talk buttons, and Josh's microphone. He was a busy boy.
Mine has that, just doesn't have any wires on it.
They're sparking. All right, let's have another look from the aerial, and keep an eye on Joey Logano's car and the white lines as he comes up the racetrack.
So we've got 3 there. The 48 actually stalls out Joey. That lets the 36 get to his left rear. As soon as he gets right there, you can see it pull Joey back. The 7 car gets a run. Unfortunately, just gets to him just a tick too early, right where the transition of the banking flattens out. Gets him sideways.
Didn't take much. I was surprised by that.
Harrison Burton hitting the inside wall. They've made repairs, but he is now 2 laps down.
Dang it. Yep. Did such a great job leading his pack. Was up front. Got turned around. Now our day's done. Saving that fuel. You heard him going around there with no ignition on. He's going to shut it off again, build some speed up. Saving that fuel we're talking about.
All right, let's listen in on Blaney's team about the choose.
We got a few more heavy back there versus like those 4 or 5 Gibbs cars that we lined up. I don't know if I feel like I picked the bottom. Maybe the 10 coming from me. 42 probably takes the front row, and maybe the 4 even comes with us, so we can have 3 of us lined up, possibly. Not asking him to do anything. I'm just thinking out loud.
He wasn't looking up thinking. He was looking up in the mirror and having that conversation with his spotter, watching it, looking in the cars and who's behind him and what he thinks they're going to do.
Some former super speedway winners for whom it's been a while. McDowell, Haley, Kozlowski, Almirola, and yes, Blaney. And Austin Cindric. And most of that group are in it to win it here.
Well, I think those 2 right there are certainly the favorite in that category, but you never know what's going to happen. I do know that there are going to be runs and there's going to be blocks. Saw that yesterday. When it comes down to it, you have to go and you get ahead of steam coming and they make a block, it's going to be a big one. Brad, seeing Brad in there, you know, we had him on the pre-race, Tony. I thought that we'd see more of him today.
Yeah, him and Chris Buescher both. I mean, they were so strong at Daytona, especially in the qualifying races, that I agree. I mean, he's such a good restrictor plate driver. When they were at Penske together, him and Joey just really knew how to get the job done. But it's been interesting to watch how he struggled today, and both of those RFK cars have struggled.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at, though, it was his confidence that he had in his car. Here comes a choose. This is going to be important, folks. Pay attention here. You heard Blaney talk about going to the bottom. I think you're getting exactly what I was hoping to see. Eric going with him, following suit. How about Noah? Let's go it. Now we're gambling. Chastain's out there. Larson.
Gregson and Chastain, Chevys to the outside, Fords to the inside, for the most part, up at the front of the pack.
This would be huge. Put that Noah Gragson in victory lane here. You're going to see a celebration. Hear him shutting it off, saving as much fuel as possible. You're going to see massive pushes out of Chastain. Saw it in the first stage. That car was very aggressive with his pushing, very capable. Noah, you better hold on and be ready, buddy.
And I did not mean to imply that he got into Harrison Burton on purpose. It was just he caught him right at that bump and Burton went around. All I was saying is it will not improve the possibility of them exchanging Christmas cards this year, which they haven't for some time.
Yeah, and that's something that's important. That was not an intentional deal in turn 3. It's just his bad timing, and it's a rookie driver. He's going to learn from that. He's going to see he'll watch the replay of this race. He'll see how the other veteran drivers were handling that scenario getting into turn 3, and he'll learn from it.
800 starts in this. Oh, no, that's Brees. I'm sorry. I always see that Hunt Brothers and think Harvick. I'm still going to sell Harvick. 800 starts. That is an amazing career that he's had. That woman's been by his side with every one of them.
Yeah. And so far, only one Cup driver has won in his 800th start, Richard Petty at Dover, Delaware. Harvick would be the second if he can pull it off today.
That's what it's all about. They're fixing to get their money's worth right here.
Pace car makes the hard left turn to pit road, and it's overtime. Sponsored by Credit One Bank.
Be watching for this fuel. Chastain.
Push comes to shove, and Gregson's in the wall.
Larson's around.
And Larson up the racetrack in traffic, and he collects Preece.
Hard hit.
Good grief.
Saw that. He got to pushing him hard. Chastain was pushing Noah very hard, but wasn't patient. Was ready to go right off the bat. Turns him around right into the fence, right in front of everybody. Tony, hard hit on your car right there. Very hard hit for Preece. Got on the side of the 10 car too. I don't think there's much damage there. Now what's this do for my fuel? Am I going to run out of gas, Larry? You heard Rodney Childers say that Harvick's going to have to pit.
No question. This definitely puts some of them in a little bit of a predicament. Absolutely.
Well, the good thing on fuel is they didn't have to run close to a full lap at speed before the caution came out.
He's got some damage on the right front.
The car skewed just a bit.
Well, he naturally put that skew in it for the restrictor plate tracks, but the right front does have a little damage.
AMR safety team very quickly to Ryan Preece's aid.
And man, they do a great job. We don't discount how much they help us in this sport.
All right, now Noah Gragson. You'll see the one drop to the middle here.
Well, you see a big push out of the 5 into the 1. That got Noah sideways, got him up the track a little bit. Chastain saw the window, wasn't much of a door, and he tried to take it. Wrecked him.
Oh, Larson slid up the racetrack, and Preece coming at full speed.
That's a bummer for Noah. Have that opportunity there. Didn't even get a chance to really make much of it.
Well, just had a little too much movement when he got pushed, and it unfortunately got him to the outside and opened that door. That is a huge hit.
Let's ride with Noah Gragson.
A lot of energy when Chastain hit him. That 5 was on Chastain extremely hard. One car bumping you is one thing. When 2 of them together do it, it's a whole nother bump draft.
All right, this is Ryan Preece.
Oh, he actually throttled up. Tried to get there.
Tried to get through it before the 5 got up. Whew.
We were lucky this was only a 4-car pileup.
Yeah, he just gets that push in the corner, and it just gets him up just enough to open the door for the 1 car, and off we go.
How about this?
Right,
they had to come.
Pit road's open.
Harvick came. Levin, Denny Hamlin's down here. Chastain, he's on pit road. That's a hard call to make. Had to do it. That means a couple of them are out there gambling.
Larry, that's quite a minority of lead lap cars to come to pit road in this situation.
Well, I go back to what Rodney Childers, crew chief for Kevin Harvick, told us. He said, if we have another overtime, we've got to come. He had his mind already made up.
And here's some Kyle Busch audio.
The problem is they're not going to red flag this thing. Pit, 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 if you can. Too late.
No reason to red flag it. The track is not blocked. As we said, it was a 4-car pileup. It was not the big one.
Noah couldn't get. Now they're having trouble. Noah can't get his car around to pit road. This is going to take even more time. Might add another lap to this.
Larson's car hauled off.
There's one thing that you never lack for, and that's excitement at the end of these races at Talladega. I mean, some of the most exciting finishes in the sport happen right here, and this is going to be another one of them.
Gragson, a wave to the crowd that he's okay. Gave it his all. Came up short today.
Larry, now they were counting on getting this thing back going. This might add another lap. You think might see another couple of these guys have to bail out?
Well, it sounded like Randall Burnett was ready for Kyle Busch, that 8-car, to come on when the pit road was open. And it looked like to me I'm seeing maybe a few more. Maybe I see Harvick, who's already been in pit road. Kyle Busch did stay out in the 8, but yeah, it's this is putting some of them in a very unusual situation, bad situation, especially trying to get up through the gears on this restart.
Check this out. I said as a hard hit, look at the door bars in there. That's actually the roll cage that was bent and broke up. I have never seen that before. Massive hit right there.
Well, he slid up the racetrack. We heard Ryan Preece hit on the brake, then throttle up to try to get away. Here it is again.
Wow.
Listen, it wouldn't have mattered if he throttled up or didn't throttle up. That contact was going to happen anyway. That just was a bad scenario.
Well, don't forget. Oh, I told you that was a hard hit. You think these boys ain't tough? I'm telling you, that's a shot.
I'm telling you, he is going to be sore tomorrow.
A 4-car pileup in overtime extends the Geico 500. We'll try overtime one more time here at Talladega. And we were just discussing the view we had from Ryan Preece's onboard was better than the view he had. He had cars to the left of him and may well not have seen Kyle Larson coming back across the
Well, yeah, I mean, you're on a roof camera. You know, you're probably a foot and a half higher than him. He may not have seen that 5 car. Probably heard his spotter say they're spinning low, sped up a little bit. All of a sudden, last minute, you see him, and it's too late.
Yeah, but again, I want to stress the fact that it didn't matter whether he was on the gas or off the gas. That contact was still going to happen. There just wasn't any way getting around that.
Jamie, what's the leader's fuel situation?
Yeah, listening to Ryan Blaney talk to his team, and they said, get on the flat right now. Save as much as you can. Get off the banky. He said, am I going to make it 2 laps? They said, it's going to be close.
Oh, boy.
Well, who's to say it's just going to be 2 laps, too?
Well, if one person runs out of gas, it's definitely going to be more than 2 laps because we're going to have another big wreck.
Well, you're sitting here looking, the car right behind us, Randall Burnett, you heard him say, pit, we're not going to make it, and he stayed out on that racetrack. That one's tight.
So the first driver in the field that got fuel under this caution is William Byron in 18th, then Christopher Bell in 20th, and all the drivers behind him.
Well, I just talked about Brad Keselowski and the fact that really hadn't seen him. All it takes is that one opportunity. Now it's right here for the taking. Finds himself in a position.
Kyle Larson checked and released from the infield care center.
That's good to hear.
Noah Gragson and Ryan Preece are there now.
You saw how hard he got hit. Saw the end car of Ryan. The other one, that side impacts, you feel those. You saw them roll bars. I knew when I saw the roll bars bent that bad. That's about as hard as I've seen with these cars.
The good thing about the door bar bending like that, though, it absorbed a lot of energy. But I'm glad it wasn't on the driver's side.
And the other thing that you saw broke loose on the bottom, the foam, big foam, block in there. All energy absorbing safety features. Here we go, guys.
All right, let's try this again. Blaney and Almirola on the inside. Kyle Busch, Bubba Wallace up top. Green, white checker. Here we go.
Gibbs out of gas. As soon as he got to the fuel, she let go on him. Who else is going to run out? Look what it did to that bottom line. Look at Keselowski right behind Bubba. Keep an eye on that. Will Bubba try to make a move here?
Push in here. 5.
Kyle Busch moved up to the outside for the restart, and now he's in position to steal one here. First time he has led today.
Eric Almirola moves up.
Almirola may be low on gas.
He could be, I think so.
Sparks flying from underneath Almirola's car, though, as he drifts back.
I think that's damage from Chastain. Moved to the middle and got into the side of him a little bit.
Keselowski gave Bubba a bump to the lead. White flag. Next flag ends the race.
Down. Big push.
Blaney
turns
Bubba,
him.
Around goes Bubba.
Into Keselowski. Around. Another hard shot. Allmendinger.
Caution waves with Kyle Busch in front. Look at the carnage. This is the big one. And it ends the Geico 500.
Well, he stayed out. We talked about it. Bad communication. May have won that race. Kyle Busch is your winner, but he's going to have to make it around here to the start-finish line.
Save. You got to make it all the way back around.
That's right.
He can coast from here. He's good.
He's got it. Kyle Busch is your winner. How about it? Unbelievable.
62nd career win for Kyle Busch. Second win here. Second win of the season. Ryan Blaney comes home second. Chase Briscoe, after bringing out the caution on lap 42 on pit road, rebounds for third. Chris Buescher fourth. Eric Jones fifth. Ryan Preece released from the infield care center.
Well, we talked about it. That 23 car was loose. It's been loose all day long with people pushing him. Huge pushes come out of the bumper of this thing. Watch Blaney gets on him and pushes him. The car gets light, cannot keep it underneath of him.
And he's watching everything that's going on behind him. He's not looking out front. He's looking out back of where that 12's trying to go.
Big block there. Now he moves up. Blaney was ready to go. At the end of the day, Blaney was going to make that move on him. He couldn't keep it behind him. Tried to block low, tried to block high, got wrecked.
Here's the thing. You got to, if you're the 23 car and Bubba, you've got to make those moves. You don't have a choice. You're trying to win this race.
Absolutely. And then the flip side of that, if you're Blaney, you have to make that. It's the last lap. You got to go.
Exactly. So this is just one of those no-fault scenarios where everybody did exactly what they had to give themselves the best opportunity to win this race.
And NASCAR has adjusted third place, giving it to Chris Buescher with Briscoe fourth. There's the contact and the spin. And you might say, Kyle Busch steals another one. But Kyle put himself into a position to win right here on the bottom.
I don't know if he intentionally put himself there. I don't know if we're going to call it that. But we've always said it in motorsports from day one. Sometimes you got to be lucky, better lucky than good, you know. You just got to get opportunities like that once in a while.
I know it, Bubba. It was close, buddy. But no cigar. This guy stole it, stole the show. Stayed out. Actually, truthfully was told to pit. We're not going to make it on fuel. Stayed out. Landed right in his lap. Worked out this time.
And even on the caution lap, they wanted him to save fuel to make it to the line for the win to be official. It's the 13th win here for Richard Childress Racing, one behind Hendrick Motorsports. And NASCAR continuing to work on the finish. We have the top four officially as Busch, Blaney, Buescher, and Briscoe. Now Keselowski has been added as the fifth place finisher. So great day for RFK Racing, third and fifth. Jamie Little.
Well, Kyle Busch, he's waited 15 years to get back to victory lane here at Talladega. A lot of wrecks in between, but you're able to pull it off today. Kyle, how did you miss all of that and sneak away with it?
Sometimes you got to be lucky, you know, and some of these races come down to that, and you got to take them when they come to your way. And you know, the seas kind of parted there when they went up the racetrack, and they're trying to push draft, and these cars are just not stable enough to do that. I seen the 23 just turn a little bit sideways, and I was like, get out of the way, just miss it. And try to see if I was ahead of the 12 by the time it was called, you know. But just a great day for another new sponsor at RCR with McLaren Custom Grills. If you ain't got a custom grill yet, these McLarens are pretty bombs, so you got to check them out. And we have a great time being able to come out here and race and be a part of Team Chevy and Chevrolet and get this Camaro in victory lane.
A lot of talk at the end about fuel and who was going to run out. How close were you, and how much did you have to work inside the car to make it to the end?
Well, it shut off right here when I was trying to do a burnout, so maybe it's out. You know, I went left instead of going right. Fuel pickup's on the right, so maybe I ran it out. But I'll see if it fires to get back. But, yeah, we were sweating it being close. But I thought back to California, Fontana earlier this year where we have a win. And I'm like, we got to gamble. Like, we're up here. You got to take the track position when you have it and go give it what you can on the restarts and see what happens. And lo and behold, it worked out. So knock on wood for this one.
Kyle Busch wins at Talladega.
And Shane, you saw Bubba Wallace go and thank his crew for a job well done today. Kyle Busch's last win at Talladega was 15 years ago. He's been to victory lane 55 times since then. And this win today. A final lap crash decides the Geico 500. We'll have more from Talladega right after this. Kyle Busch celebrates in Ruoff Mortgage victory lane at Talladega after an unlikely win on the second overtime. A couple drivers ran out of gas. There was contact on the final lap. But at the pivotal moment of the race, Kyle Busch was the first car on the inside line when momentum carried everybody else up toward the outside wall.
Well, pretty much late in his lap, right there for the take. And when when Blaney made the move to try to push Wallace, and it really wasn't trying to push him at all. He was going around him one way or another. He tried him on the bottom, tried him on the top. Wallace, on the flip side of that conversation, he was doing everything he had to do, Tony. He was trying to win the race too.
Yeah, you can't fault either one of these guys in that scenario. I mean, they both did exactly what they had to give themselves an opportunity to win this race, but enough movement like that late in the day like this with worn tires, it's just never ends out very well.
Yeah, it's Talladega.
It is. Always a couple of big surprises. Chase Briscoe in the top 5. After what happened to him earlier, Brad Keselowski in the top 5. They're going to continue to break it down for us in the Charlotte studio as the Geico 500 ends under crash and caution at Talladega with Kyle Busch the winner.
How many times today did we hear how rowdy things can get in the infield at Talladega? Well, today,
you did that.
Yeah, I did. Today, it was Rowdy who got one in Talladega, getting his first win since 2008 when he was 22 years old at this very racetrack. His 62nd in his career, second win this season. Hi, everyone in the Race Day studio, Shannon, Jamie, and Larry. And that's what I want to talk about, right? Because he does have that win already this season, but the last 3 weeks, Kyle Busch has finished outside the top 10. Come to Talladega, win it, and your luck changes.
Well, I preach to my kids, I preach to everybody around me, you have to have good communication. This may be a day where bad communication paid off for Kyle Busch because Randall Burnett told him to pit when we went into those overtimes. They were low on fuel, and either Kyle said, I'm not pitting, or it's too late.
Well, yeah,
so it worked out.
They played it off like he told him too late, but then in Kyle's post-race interview, he basically was like, listen, we had the win. We had to take a gamble.
Yeah.
So it's almost like he overruled Randall, and it worked out for him.
Of course, he was able to kind of, as he said, luck into this win because of the wreck that happened between Blaney and Bubba Wallace. Take a look. I mean, this is just incredible. These two guys, who, by the way, are friends, very good friends, and this happens on the racetrack, allows Kyle Busch to drive to victory lane. We do have Ryan Blaney. Josh Sims caught up with him. Take a listen.
Blaney comes home second place here at Talladega. Can you break down that final lap and the moves between you and the 23 there at the end?
Yeah, I mean, it's just you get big runs and you take them when you can. And, you know, in my mind, you know, I'm glad everyone's okay. But in my mind, you know, you kind of triple move like that, triple block, and you can't block 3 times. I don't know. So I don't know. Just you know, runs are so big, and it's, you know, you're as a leader, you know, with Bubba, he's trying to block, which is the right thing to do. But, you know, I think he kind of moved 3 times, and you don't really get a lot of those. I mean, I got to go somewhere. So I hate cars got torn up. I hate for us being so close to the win. But and I'm not blaming anybody. It's just hard racing at the end of this thing. And unfortunate, you know, cars got tore up, and we just missed out on another win.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, you got to do what you got to do, right, Jamie?
Yeah, and he was in the best position before that caution came out, I thought, to be able to win. He was on the bottom row. And listen, once you take the white flag, you know that if the caution comes out, that the race is over. So if you're in second place, you have to get to the lead. I want to be in control of the race, just like he said. And look, I know he was frustrated with Bubba right there, but I thought Tony Stewart called it right. I mean, both those guys were just going for the win, and listen, it didn't work out for either one of them.
All right, we obviously know that every time we go to Talladega or Daytona, there is the risk of big wrecks, and we did see one of those working lap 190, and the in-camera video of this with Ryan Preece was just so violent with he and Kyle Larson. We caught up with those guys at the infield care center when they were released.
Well, hard hit for Ryan Preece. Ryan, looked like not a lot that you could do right there. You've been checked and released. Are you okay? And was there anything that you saw that would have stopped that from happening?
No, we had a really fast Hunt Brothers Ford Mustang today, and just when you lose track position, it was really tough to get it back. Definitely probably one of the hardest hits that I've ever taken in my racing career, but we just got to figure out how to when we get track position, keep it or stay up there so you aren't put in those positions. But still a good day and proud of the car that we brought.
So thankfully I'm okay. My car is like absolutely destroyed, so you know, cockpit's a mess, so just thankful that I'm all right and all that, but just a bummer, you know, put ourselves in position once again on a super speedway and results don't show it. So you know, another wreck not of my doing on a super speedway, so just hate it, but we'll keep getting better, and eventually it'll have to work out, I would think.
Glad you're okay, Kyle. Thanks.
It wasn't even a couple of seconds after that wreck that you identified that bar inside the car had been bent, like that you had never seen before.
Yeah, and Larry, I mean, Clint brought this up. I don't think I've ever seen that, especially not with this car. They've made this car significantly tougher than the old one.
Yeah, I don't know if I've actually seen this with the old car. That was one of the hardest licks, but it's almost like Ryan gassed it up thinking he maybe could get by before Kyle Larson came back up the racetrack.
And you saw how violent that was, that in-car camera.
Yeah, the perspective from Ryan Preece, we saw the in-car blow his visor open, and you could see his eyes like that it knocked the wind out of him.
All right, Talladega behind us. Unbelievable. We've got Dover ahead of us. We also have Race Hub weeknights on FS1 at 6 o'clock. We've got a very busy week. Kevin Harvick, Daniel Suarez, Eric Almirola, Drew Blickensderfer, of course, Larry, and Jamie will be on the show. We hope you enjoyed your Sunday with us. Talladega, everybody. Congratulations to Kyle Busch. We'll see you next week.
Remember how lucky we are to get to do this every week?
We remember the racing, the action.
I'm speechless. This is the greatest day of my life.
The calls, the community. But when we look back, we also need to remember the men and women who serve this country and all they do to keep us safe and